Sorry about that. Firebot got a little wonky. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome back to another episode of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since I'm on time today, why don't we begin by reading the appreciation placards? And we can play the camera mini game, which I need to do. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every stream, all you got to do is chuck some change at me. Any purchase or maintenance of a subscription package or membership package or a one-time donation of $2 or more will get your names on these placards. It's the smallest way I have to give back to people that like my work and do support my work, either through directly or through one of these subscription packages. So thank you very much for doing so. Thanks to Just Me Carly 917 and Shiny of Hyrule Nest for their Twitch memberships. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with those packages. Thank you to Mr. Gorda Goku for their continued purchase or maintenance of a Patreon Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that. I would also like to thank Mr. Raspy the Player for their continued maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that. And well, finally, I have not had a one-off donation this month, but I would like to thank people who have used Coffee or other platforms to donate to me directly in the past. Thank you so much. While donations do not come with the usual bells and whistles, this is like one of the most direct ways to support yours truly, so thank you, earnestly. That said, why don't we catch up with chat, and then we will, I'll tell you what I've been doing and where we're gonna go today. Starting with the red app and working our way backwards. Greetings to Mr. Gorda Goku. Mr. Gorda Goku says, good afternoon, everyone. Hope that everyone is well. Good luck today. You'll love this. Plus, you will get 100%. You've done so much and worked so hard to earn it. I sure hope so. I sure hope so, Mr. Gorda Goku, and thank you. And I'm doing well. I've even brought out the decaf coffee for today. No caffeine, just pure, and just pure cacao, not cacao, that's chocolate. Pure coffee bean goodness. With a creamer of choice. Mr. Gorda Goku says, oh, please stay after the credits. I intend to. We've done everything, so we should get the bonus scene. We should absolutely get the bonus scene. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason, over on the purple app. Good to see you, good sir. I hope both you and Mr. Gorda Goku are doing well yourselves in both body and mind, and I do hope you both enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, waits ever patiently for the wonderful Mr. User 11. Indeed. He's most of the time first, but always first in our hearts. Too true, good sir. Let me just check the counter, make sure it's working today. It is. Okay. Yeah, I reset Firebot, and that seemed to fix a little snafu or issue. So, last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we showed off all the recipe cards, all 228 of them. God, that was a much better stream than Friday of last week, where we listened to fairy moaning non-stop. I'm never gonna forget that stream. I memory hold the Breath of the Wild one, but I'm never gonna forget the Tears of the Kingdom. Just so many armor upgrades, so many of them, and just I can't. It's gonna permeate my nightmares. That is nightmare fuel right there. Mr. Jason says he had a rather productive day today, good sir. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir. And I do hope you enjoy your stay. we're just kind of shooting the breeze right this second while I explain what was happening last time, and then I'm gonna start us off with some dialogue. Mr. Jason was saying, you've had a rather productive day today, good sir. You found a completely random Animal Crossing New Horizons stream, saw that the streamer was new with less than 50 followers, helped them with their Discord command by saying, to make that command work, you need to add stream elements as a moderator. And then things kind of happened. You got moderator, and they are now a TCC verified streamer. Nice. And you've even suggested Spyro Reignited Trilogy. Oh, that's awesome. I also have the Trilogy. Trilogy's great. I should play it for you guys sometime. You suggested it based on the fact that it's a nice game, but also because you're well aware there's some sections in all three of the trilogy, all three games of the trilogy that are annoying enough to make me, even you, feel tilted, but you're more than happy to subject streamers to it. Oh, yes. Oh, some obstacle courses are, ooh, if you guys really want to see me upset, because FromSoft or Dark Souls-esque, Neo-esque type games don't really get to me that way. Platformers really get to me. I don't know why, but they do. Like I've swapped places. Apologies to all, but Mr. Coin, oh. Yes, Mr. Gorikoku. Mr. Jason says Spyro flight levels. Right. Oh, I do know. I know. The second one's especially bad. Mr. Shiny says Mr. Shiny is sick, but can't afford taking a medical leave, so works his butt out, hoping the big amount of medicine will work sooner rather than later. I'm sorry that you're sick, good sir. That's sucky. I hate that you can't take medical leave to like rest. That's stinky. I do hope you get to feeling better. I hope everyone that's, talked to me about being sick today also gets to feeling better sooner rather than later. I think you guys are gonna have a good time today. So let me explain what we're gonna do today. Oh, you guys hear that? Oh, that was a nice jittery jolt of energy. Thank you for your subscription, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Shiny says, time sure flies fast. That it does. Time does fly fast. It's been 8 months. I went and looked. It's been 8 months since we've started this game. And probably about 10 months, with Breath of the Wild. We've been here for like a year and a half. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are awesome, but I am ready to move on from this game engine, just in totality for the time being. That said, thank you again, good sir. Please do continue to enjoy your emotes, your benefits and privileges, your private Discord benefits, and so on. Please do enjoy all of that. You've earned it, good sir. You work really hard. Mr. Jason says, as you said in the DM earlier today, Mr. Coin, you're feeling a bit under the weather as well. You have a burst of energy since, you've told me, but you felt really tired and then went to sleep for a few hours and woke up and was lightheaded. So yay. Yeah, just gotta, drink water at a reasonable rate. Don't chug so much water that you get water poisoning. That is a real thing. Otherwise, you're going to have a different set of problems, and you're going to wish you hadn't chugged all that water. I know from experience, water poisoning sucks. It is awful. Okay. So, today's agenda is as follows. We're going to go talk to our companions. I just think we should do that before we, traipse down to this here. I just think we should do that. Then we're gonna go talk to Pora, get this process all started. Then we're gonna go down, hopefully kill Big Bad, kill Ganondorf, finally put him to rest where he should have been the whole time. Then afterwards, we're gonna once we beat the game and see everything there is to see, we are going to, you know, see the game completion percentages, like the map completion and so on. Then we're going to try our hand at some glitches. I'm not going to try every glitch in the book, but I have pulled up a zeldawiki.net or zeldawiki.wiki like list of glitches that we could try. We'll be doing that. And when we're done with glitches, we're going to be reading cutting room floor material for, you know, Tears of the Kingdom. Because there's a lot more cutting room floor material this time. And that'll pretty much cover it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, if you had to guess, what percentage am I hoping to see? Oh, I know what I want to see. I want to see 100. I want to see 100. But what I expect to probably get is like 90%. I just think we've done. I just think I've done that much of the game at least. Mr. Jason says you're hoping that you will get by with some water and some nice content. And if you need to take medicine, good sir, don't forget to take it. Mr. Shiny says, Ganondorf shall be destroyed. Indeed, he shall be dorked on. Absolutely. Number 1, make sure you have lots of Gloom Heal food if you have not already. And 2, take photos of every form of Ganondorf. Yep, I am on watch to like take pictures of that. And I forgot to do the whole off-camera section. Yeah, I did go out and cook lots of food, lots of yummy food. I've got 7 full heals. I've got some partial heals and some like gloom restores. I've got pure gloom restores. I've got some gloom resistance if I need it. Some energizing seafood skewers. Some enduring fried wild greens, attack ups, defense ups, movement speed up, pure full heals, partial heals, and then minor heals. I went and prepared as much as I reasonably could. I forgot to fuse a weapon to this or a horn to this, but that's fine. I ground up weapons. All kinds of weapons. I've replaced every single shot bow, with the exception of the Demon King bow, with multi-shot bows. All of that fun stuff. I made sure I had lots of different shields. The last thing I got to do is fuse a horn to this. We might as well. I did also set it to night. Why did I set it to nighttime? I set it to nighttime because the Gloom Hands come out at night. They don't only come out at night. It's 30% odds, but it seems a little more likely to happen at night. And we have 1 Gloom Hand left to kill. With any luck, it'll just be tied to the main story, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm very prepared for that to not be the case. Mr. Jason says, you're looking forward to your genuine reaction when Ganondorf does spoiler redacted later, good sir. It is that now, but you will name it when you see it. Fair enough. So, before continue, let's first get started with some dialogue. Let's talk to our companions. Oh, hi, Link. Good to see you here. Where do you think the slumbering treasure is? Could it really be hidden somewhere in the Heber Mountains? Oh, I forgot to talk to them without, I forgot to talk to them after we got the helmets. Huh? No way. You found the hidden treasure in the center of the 3 secret hot springs? So it was real after all. Good thing I found that riddle, huh? Way to go, Link. I think this was meant for a sage, but it looks too heavy for me. Maybe it'll fit, but once I'm older. Mr. Shiny says the dwarf fight will be such a clip farm. Oh, definitely. Highlight farm, too, for that matter. There's definitely some kind of power stored up in it. Maybe if you wore it, it would make your connection to me stronger. Yeah, you should be the one to use the helm. The power it has is bound to be useful in your search for Princess Zelda. What's up, Mr. Jason? My spirit is always with you, Link. If you're ever in trouble, I'll help you out first thing. So, Princess Zelda has been in the past all along. Mr. Jason says, this has truly been an honor to be with you through. I appreciate it, good sir. Likewise, it's been an honor to tour you guys through the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom. I feel like we've done everything from the tips of our toes to the top of our chinny chin chin and the crown of our heads. I feel like I've shown you everything other than glitches and maybe some dialogue. But honestly, thinking about it, it's really not possible to just show every piece of text this game has to offer you on a first playthrough. It's just not. There are some things I could have done better, but I think I've shown you guys a good range of what to expect with the game, and that goes for people viewing the VOD later. I hope this series shows you everything you can do with The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We did more of this game than we did Breath of the Wild. And she's been fighting the whole time. All we can do for her now is gather as much information as we can about the 5th Sage. I'll do what I can to look into any ruins from the Age of Legends. Never mind. What? You found the 5th Sage? So she's an ancient Zonai, but there's just the spirit left? I can't wrap my mind around it. But it sounds like we can count on her. Good job finding her, Link. It's finally time to take on the Demon King. I need to brace myself for a real fight, huh? Now that we have all the sages, it's finally time to take on the Demon King. I better brace myself for a doozy of a final battle. I'll be fighting right there with you, Link. We'll bring peace, not just to Rito Village, but to all of Hyrule. That's companion number 1. Mr. Jason says you can't wait for an eventual The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild manga series, at least 200 books, but 190 of them are just Link doing random side quests and finding Korok seeds. It'd be funny. It would be funny, yes, but I think moreover, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a movie. I think with Nintendo doing the really big thing in films right now, I think a Breath of the Wild movie would be way more fitting. And nothing to say they can't, also put out manga. And I'm sure they'll touch on the Koroks a little bit, but I would be more interested in a movie. I would actually honestly go see it. I know there's the whole, just The Legend of Zelda, the movie, but there's been lots of casting upshifts, a lot of backlash, and I'm not even really sure too many of the other details. I don't know. Mr. Jason says, once Nintendo, hopefully one day, stops being current Nintendo, you can at least consider Nintendo Switch 2 and Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment and lots of additional backstory for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, good sir. Hopefully, yeah, that would be nice. Like I said, it's not that I don't want to Switch 2, it's just I can't support Nintendo in its current form. I just can't. Mr. Shiny says, scenes with finding Korok seeds would make watchers can't wait. Make the watchers no longer wait to see the ad breaks. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Did you find out anything about the 5th Sage? Huh? A Zonai? A Zonai spirit. Sorry about that. I'm just kind of shocked. I never could have imagined something like that. But now we've got all 5 sages, which means it's almost time to defeat the Demon King. I'm glad you're so stoked about this, Yunobo. But I bet you he's on the same page as we are. Who knows what he's planning, what sort of attack he'll launch on us, or when. Yep. I'll beef up the city patrols even more in preparation, Goro. Don't let your guard down either, Link. I don't intend on it. I am curious to see what our tree friend has to say about this. I am curious to see if the Great Deku Tree has additional stuff. I kind of doubt it, if I'm being completely honest, but You know, there's only one way to check, and we might as well check now. Don't worry. If it gets to be too late, I'll, you know, rest until night. I'll do what I gotta do to make this work. A couple of silent princesses for the road. And me failing to get up tree roots. That can also just be a thing. Young one, it seems you have met with great danger once more. Yet I see that you carry the Master Sword. Make good use of it. I am always here. Should you ever have need of me, you need only ask. Okay. Yep, that seems very much in line with what I expect, which was nothing. And I'll eat I'll make sure I've eaten a stam up as well. Mr. Jason says, if Ganondorf was lurking below the Deku Tree, he truly would be the root of all evil. Too true. And he still is. He very much still is. I'm gonna have to figure out. I hope I better, you know, move things along, or you know, we're definitely gonna have issues with ad breaks during cutscenes, and I do not want that. This is why I brought out the stealth suit, by the way. I wanted to make sure we could run nice and fast for this. Mr. Jason says, although true final boss status still goes to Hestu. No question about that. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's like peak final boss right there. Just annoying right to the bitter end. Yuck. Thank you for stopping by, Link.
No!
Huh? Is it true that you... Why was that a no? Is it true that you've discovered the fifth sage? I have been tirelessly searching for clues in ancient texts and the ruins of this region. It must be destiny of a sort that you would find another sage after already finding the rest of us. So, the fifth sage is a Zonai from ancient times, and her name is Minoru. To think that even as a spirit, she is attempting to fulfill her destiny as a sage. It is heartening to know that we have a new ally. I must achieve perfect focus in preparation for the final battle. All of us sages have at last gathered in support of our shared goal as our final battle with the Demon King approaches. I am in a state of constant readiness so that we can go to battle at a moment's notice. Link, such difficult times will only strengthen our bond. I'm ready. If you know, you know. Ready to face the Demon King with you, my friend. Sorry, I had to make the joke. Mr. Jason says you don't discount that Ganondorf is a good final boss. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Exactly. This is like once the cutscenes start, you know, overlays going away. So get your jokes in while you can. But Ganondorf just chills in the depth, whereas Hestu and his Koroks have done war crimes, but by like filling the world full of literal crap. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, so much of it too. Oh, Mr. Gordo Goku says that you're stopping by Pora as well. Yes, that is the intention. I just wanted to talk to our companions first. You know, get a little bit of dialogue that we would otherwise probably not get, and then we're good to start.
Oh.
Link, I'm glad to see you here. Are you finding my new power as a sage helpful? I haven't found any clues about the fifth sage yet, but I'm not about to give up. What? You found the fifth sage? Interesting. So she's an ancient Zonai named Minoru.
Oh.
And even though she's lost her original body, she's pledged to fight alongside us as the Sage of Spirit. As sages, our power is yours. All that remains now is for you to defeat the Demon King. What if I... Would you say something if I wore this helmet? Nope. She's just like, yeah, I'm aware. We've lost the relic. Nothing else to say. All right, it's time to... it's time to get this show on the road. Mr. Jason says, and the Great Fairies are worthy being considered secondary antagonists, especially asking for almost 100,000 rupees. Yeah, 85,000, like 5/6 of the total of 100,000 rupees. Yes. Mr. Goku says, what if you were naked? Probably prison. Yes, we probably would go right to prison as well. But I don't. We've already warped. If I had caught that a second or two earlier, I would have definitely tried that. But I want us to reset this to 9 p.m. I do not trust this game in terms of its tables till nighttime, please. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Ganondorf is the so-called great evil, and yet he's just chilling down there. I mean, maybe now that we've dealt with his phantom, but think about it. Prior to dealing with his phantom in Hyrule Castle, you know, he was masquerading around as Zelda. He was sending a phantom projection of Zelda out to mess with people or to prevent them from doing what they're supposed to be doing. He was busy. It's just that now that we've taken care of all of these schemes, he is just chilling. He doesn't have a choice. All he has left is the mobilization of the army. All right. Well, did you find anything out about the 5th sage?
What?
You found the Sage of Spirit? Minoru? This is incredible. That means we have the 5 sages. Fantastic work, Link. I can't believe this is actually one of the sages who faced off against the Demon King alongside Princess Zelda. And now we have news about the princess. There's some relief in that, at least. So in the ancient past, Princess Zelda worked to restore the decayed Master Sword and return it to your hand, trusting that you would defeat the Demon King in the present day. She did so much, all on her own.
What?
The Master Sword was restored, you say? Mr. Jason says you're not so sure, Mr. Coin, good sir. From one villain to another, you feel like Ganondorf just sent his lackeys to do all the bad things and he chilled? Well, yeah, because there's too much chaos, you know, to mete out, M-E-T-E, mete out all at once. You need minions to make that happen. It's just logical. Mr. Jason says, just like Mr. Jason sent their lackeys to do the things in SMM2. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But, you know, when you confront the final boss, it's not like they don't have tricks up their sleeve. Like, your trolls would be considered something of confronting the final boss, so to speak. Mr. Jason says he needed his minions to meet his expectations. Too true. When were you planning on telling me? Now? And it was found on the head of a white dragon of all places? That's hard to believe. However, this was Princess Zelda's wish. One she believed in so strongly that she gave her life to see it through for us. Thank you for finding the sword, Link. I have to say, you really don't quite look yourself unless you've got the Master Sword at your side.
Check it.
Now then, it seems you have all you need. You're prepared to face our enemy. Bingo, bango, bongo. Find the 5th sage and crisis at Hyrule Castle. Mr. Jason says, so, Mr. Coin, although we are good friends, Since you are going to defeat the villain of Hyrule today, when might you consider taking me on in the Mushroom Kingdom? Just 95 levels? No thanks. That's an RPG I don't need to play through, but I appreciate the offer. And I'm very aware that there's a joke here. We're both talking tongue in cheek right now. At least I hope you see that in my words. We need to determine where the Demon King is lurking. It seems unlikely he'd still be in Hyrule Castle. I can't think of any place here he'd be on the surface. That must mean that's it. The depths. Well, wouldn't you say there's a high probability that he's in the depths? Do what you think is best, of course. But my suggestion is to ask Joshua for any info she may have. She's enthusiastic about investigating the depths, so I'm sure she'd be happy to help out. Whoa, so the Demon King is in the deepest reaches of the depths, far beneath Hyrule Castle. As usual, you're one step ahead of me, Link. Mr. Jason says you did, yes? It is just rather boring to be such a successful, unchallenged villain. Fair, fair. But, as Freaking Geek would say, not everyone has the constitution for trolls. I do not have the constitution nor patience for trolls. At least continued, sustained trolling the entire time throughout multiple platforming levels. I do not. Know your limits, know your strength, know your weakness, right? Knowledge of those things will surely help you succeed in life. And you look so calm and collected, despite what you were up against. You navigated the depths, which are incredibly dangerous and home to all sorts of nasty creatures. Not to mention all the gloom down there. It must have been a very challenging investigation. Mr. Jason says, most people to troll level, no thanks. It's rather boring to always win by default. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm sure there are people out there who are, willing to test your troll levels. All 95 of them, including the early assemblies that you've made, that you have guarded other people or warned other people not to touch. Even those. I'm sure there's someone out there that would do that. And yet you did it. Thank you, Link, so much. Joshua turned out to be pretty capable, eh? That kid was working tirelessly to gather information. She wanted to be of use to you. Make sure you let her know her help was valuable, yeah?
Yes.
With this, preparations are complete. Now our target is the deepest reaches of the depths, beneath Hyrule Castle. Of course I'll let all the sages know right away when you head to face the Demon King. You're not alone in this. Mr. Jason says you still very much miss Mr. I will complete all of your levels in one stream guy. You hope he's doing okay. I hope so too. Princess Zelda's final wish.
Check it.
Please hit the Demon King right in the face for me. Okay, hold on. So we had the find the fifth sage. You told Pora of your meeting with Sage Minoru. The 5 sages are finally ready. They will be steadfast allies in the fight with the Demon King. Oh, I forgot to talk to Minoru. I almost forgot. The phenomena at Hyrule Castle and the upheaval were all due to Demon King Ganondorf, who's trying to destroy the world. Combine your powers with the 5 sages and slay the Demon King. And then we had the... Hold on. I feel like I definitely missed one, but maybe not. Mr. Jason says, with the utmost of respect, Mr. Coin, you don't think he was doing quite so okay when he made that very bold statement? Oh, absolutely. Oh, I also forgot to read this. Wind, fire, water, lightning, and spirit. The 5 sages have awakened and entrusted you with their power. You also determined the Demon King's location during the depths investigation. All that's left now is to head to the deepest area of the depths beneath Hyrule Castle and defeat Demon King Ganondorf. Okay, so first, we're gonna munch on extra stam food. Make sure, yeah, we got 2 bonus wheels. Second, I forgot to do this, but we're gonna go right over here and we're gonna get a quick chit chat with Minoru out of the way. I think she's gonna say the same thing that she told us earlier, but I want to make sure we've gotten that out of the way. And then we're gonna head to that light route and we're gonna do business. You got any last thoughts, Minoru? Mr. Jason says, some people go down to defeat Ganondorf many times, good sir, but Mr. Jason only went down once, just to remind him of who's truly at the top of the villain chain. Too true.
Yes.
I see that you already wield the Master Sword, Link. Okay, she says something different. The Demon King is surely building his power somewhere in the world even now. You hold the Sword of Hope, which Zelda left to you. The time of the final reckoning is close at hand. Let our combined might at last defeat Demon King Ganondorf.
Well then.
I will remain here to perfectly tune this construct body that I might be ready for the confrontation. I have already sworn my pledge to you. Call upon me whenever you have need of my strength. Okay. It's Demon King time. So we got 2 Lionels and some Gloom Hands left to fight. Mr. Jason says, because as you know, good sir, you do have Ganondorf quite low in your ranks, for you see Ganondorf is this franchise's Bowser, and so he's equal to Bowser in general. And Bowser is just a pawn to be placed in Super Mario Maker 2. Uh-huh. Absolutely. I'm excited. Oh, I know. We won't find Ganondorf here. It's just telling us to go here. I'm very aware. Welcome to Gloom's Approach, everybody. Methinks that the particular creature that we're wanting to find is like underneath this bit, this like flat bit. Oh, also, while I'm here, there's one armor I wanted to wear for this. I thought it would be extremely appropriate. We're gonna come in with our handy dandy Zonite armor, or the Ancient Heroes aspect. I think this is particularly fitting. Mr. Jason says, oh no, never mind, you got mixed up. You didn't see me dive below the actual Hyrule Castle, so you thought I was in the wrong place? No, no, no. Yeah, I knew which light route to go for. I'm just gonna freeze you solid. Bye-bye. Don't need to fight too many things. I'm not going to. That's like a good way to waste resources. But I will at least take care of immediate threats anyway. Oh, is there a second one? Yeah, there is a second one. I heard it back there. Oh, there's a third one? Yeah, of course. Wow, there are lots of enemies, I've noticed. But I guess this is like the path we need to go. Bye. Mr. Jason says he came down here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing one. Mr. Jason says this light route is truly the root of all evil. Indeed. Mr. Jason says when you came down here with Majora's Mask, good sir, and when you came here, Mr. Jason saw Silver Horriblin. Yeah, we have one here too. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. God bless be to you. And I do hope you enjoy your stay. We have just started our descent into, you know, the Hyrule Castle Chasm, and we are working towards the Gloom's Seat area. So the end of the game is truly here. Mr. Gordu Goku says, fun, but wait, there's more. Commercial. Indeed. I better be careful. Oh, you're gonna leap down here, are you, buddy? That's fine. Oh, let me get those before I blow them up. Never know when we are gonna really need those. Thank you, Tulin. There we go. Perfect. Welcome on in, Mr. Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We have just started the descent into the Hyrule Castle Chasm, and we are fighting our way into the deepest parts of the depth. 1, 2, up, 3, 4, and 5. I'll just make sure I've not missed anything. Mr. Jason says, fun fact, Mr. Coin, the first Lionel that you see was the first Lionel Mr. Jason bullied. Ah, understood. Mr. Attention says, you got 2 words for me, Goron dance, straight nightmare. Ah, yeah, you were telling me about, you know, your playthrough of games. Yeah, the Goron dances can certainly be nightmare fuel. Not all of them, but a couple of them. Do you like vor me? I don't want to eat you, Mr. Fent, that's for sure. One time to play Zelda Breath of the Wild. I'm not quite following your sentence, Mr. Fent. I guess we'll grab this while we're here. You can also use Minoru to, like, get past some of this. Mr. Gordu Goku says, oh, that Goron dance. Yeah, that one? Oh, yeah, absolute nightmare. That took me entirely too long to, like, deal with. Okay, for this, I'm gonna briefly swap to my own version of a Lionel back scratcher. Not only that, but I'm not particularly interested in fighting fair with you today, Mr. Lionel. That's one bow already broken. Yeah, I've learned a new technique for fighting the Lionel, and I happen to think I've got a particularly good one. It's a touch janky, but it does work. Let me catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says the actual Lionel back scratcher, if made correctly, does 800 damage per hit, Mr. Coin, good sir. Yeah, that's why I said my own version. It's definitely the janky scratcher. Mr. Tension says, yeah, Mr. Coin, you did the gold and platinum rounds. It was tough. You got a perfect score. Nice. I remember that being really hard to do in ages. It took me weeks as a young boy to do that. Long time. I'm glad you got it. Now you got you probably are going to have the Subrosion version to do with Seasons, right? Is that your next game? You're going to You're gonna play Seasons, or are you gonna do something else? Just curious. Oh, as a warning, just as like a reminder for my lovely audience, no spoilers for this, please. Please don't spoil anything regarding the final fight, the credits of the post scene. Please don't do that. I'm gonna have to purge the message and give you a warning if that happens. Mr. Tension says, yeah, Seasons is next. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I think you'll like Seasons. It's one of the ones I've not played, but I've watched people enjoy Seasons, so I'm pretty confident you'll like it too. The other thing is that if our stream goes more than 4 hours today, that's fine. This, like, looking at glitches and stuff, it is something I typically tack on to the end. I tacked it on to the end of the Breath of the Wild stream. I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay, get ready. Oh, nice block. Need to just kind of let time slowly work its magic here. There we go. Great. Fantastic. Well, that's one Lionel that we can knock out. And we have... Oh, we got another 5-shot. That's impressive. Fantastic. Okay, so... Are we... we did kind of jump in, and then after that, there's like a... Not quite sure where I'm going. We'll figure it out. Which I guess is going to be like... Up here? Yeah, it's going to be up there, and I think the way to do that is going to be... whip out the... one of these shields here. And we're gonna use a rocket. Let's just skip the gloom step entirely. Okay. And there's like this over here. I'm curious as to what this is. Mr. Jason says there is another way, Mr. Coin. Oh, is there? Oh yeah, I see it. It's right here. There's a side path. You right. Mr. Gordogoku says, wow, I can't believe you saw that firsthand. Yeah, I just kind of happened to focus the camera and spot that it was up here. I'm willing to bet a lot more people use this side path here. We might as well take it. It's supposed to be the legitimate route. You know, I'm just not going to fall for obvious traps like falling, floor blocks. But I'm glad that you could skip. You want one time to play Zelda Breath of the Wild? Mr. Fett, I have already played that game. That VOD series is available on YouTube, as a matter of fact. Now, if that sentence is, I've made you want to play Breath of the Wild one time, cool, fantastic, but I've already played and have beaten it. I have zero intention of cracking it open apart from, making footage for the video essay. That is my intention with that. You have a special request, good sir? Oh. Do tell, Mr. Jason. Okay. Interesting. I bet we're supposed to make like a bridge, aren't we? Yeah, I get the feeling that's exactly what we're supposed to do. Why else would these blocks fall? I guess you could also recall them. That also works. Sorry about that. I think I caught that sneeze in time. Nice. Oh, that is extra nice. Just gonna wait and see what happens, and it's gone. All right, that's not gonna work. All right. I guess we're doing this way. Mr. Gordogoku says, "Did you look this up?" Nope, sure didn't. I just kind of know a little bit of what you're doing, of what I'm doing. That's all. I'm just trying to like look around and not do the streamer thing of, you know, forgetting to look up. Mr. Jason says, sticking to your policy of light spoilers only, you will eventually fall to an area with a random torch on the floor. Take a photo of that, please. That is the exact torch that Zelda dropped in the prologue of the game. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason replaced his torch photo with that one. Understood. Fent is saying, my little brother is making me angry. What do you do? Try to be the bigger person. Be the you know, better person. Try not to let him get to you. Is what I would say. Try to ignore your brother. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't care for. I'm going to quickly catch up on chat and then go from there. Mr. Tension says, he's a Zelda master. I don't think I'm that good, but I appreciate the flattery, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, oh yes, be the better person. I mean, that's what I would say. Just ignore your brother. That's what I would do. When my sibling and I got on each other's nerves all the time, and it wasn't until we were teenagers we figured out, yeah, we should probably just ignore each other if someone's being a jerk. Now, that didn't always work. You know, we didn't really respect each other's privacy like we do today, and more me than them, but I still think it's important that ignoring someone really is just the best policy for when they're, you know, annoying you. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason always gives the absolute best advice. That he does. Absolutely. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. We are going to be taking those today. In like the next 2.5 minutes, a commercial break, you know, should be coming up. And when that happens, above my head, there will be a timer that appears, and it will read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And when that timer does show up, you know, I'll get up and take a stretch break. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make your break pass by faster, I promise. But regardless of how you choose to spend your time, when the time reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can get right back to the gaming, you know, the stuff we care about. And I will probably stick to that today because, you know, I happen to think that we are here for the cutscene more than anything else. Otherwise, what's the point? People would probably still come and chat to me anyway, but I think today they'll people coming for the game is probably at least somewhat of the truth, right? And I'm sort of glad, really, with how much time we've spent, chit-chatting with NPCs just during the first hour. I'm sort of glad that we don't have that a break is happening right here. Mr. Gordo Goku says, "What happened? You had it? Am I missing another entrance? I feel like I'm missing another entrance somewhere. Hold on. Wrap back around, fly forward, and come up there. Right? Yeah, I don't feel like I'm missing something. So we come here. There's no openings around. The only way to go is up. That's it. There's no openings anywhere else that I can spot. Even if I look around with the camera, I can't spot anything. So unless someone's seeing something, and people are free to share, I feel like I'm doing right. Mr. Gordo Gokus is not meaning to spoil, but you did it and you stopped for some reason. I think if I was doing something and stopped, it was probably because commercial break advertisement. I'll see you guys after the break. I am back. Sorry about that. I trust everyone. Well, I would say I hope everyone had a good commercial break, but case 123I, I apologize that we couldn't meet under better circumstances. But thank you for letting me know. I really appreciate that. You did not have to do that. May your son be at peace. Or may your child be at peace. That is what I will say. My condolences. Let's finish catching up on the rest of chat, and then we'll continue moving. Mr. Goku says, not meaning to spoil, but you did it and you stopped for some reason. I think I know what you're talking about. So the fallen blocks, right? Over there. Yeah, you're telling me I could have taken a shortcut. I'm very aware, but I tried a couple of different times to, like, do that. And while I'm sure I could do it if I just get on top of the block, I don't know how the top bit for the... Like, this is clearly part of an internal bridge. I don't know which facing that has. Like, at all. And, besides, there are a couple of different ways to do things in this game. You could have, like, the resource-intensive way, or you could do things the easy way. I guess we'll demonstrate this for the record. Because the rewind should still work. The issue is just, I have no idea. Maybe it'll work now that it's like this. Let's see. Yes. See, that is exactly that's exactly what I'm talking about. He died from cancer. He was my biggest fan. I'm really yeah, that's an awful way to go. I'm so sorry for for that. I've had folks die from cancer as well. You know, I'm glad there are cancer research foundations, is what I've got to say to that. And I'm glad that he liked my content enough to stop by. I really do. Even if we didn't start on the best foot, I was happy to have him as a fan. Mr. Gordogoku says your mom has cancer and it really does suck. Yeah. Yeah, I think the cure is already out there and folks are just not, like, companies are just not releasing the cure because it how do I word this? It's more profitable to keep people sick than it is to actually make them healthy. It's kind of disgusting to think about, honestly. And your first fan? I don't know about, well, I guess I don't know when people found my content, so I should refrain from commenting on that. I would say I've been on YouTube a long time, and I've made content for like 5 or 6 years, but maybe he found my content much earlier than I thought. I have no idea. But again, I am truly sorry for your long case 123I. Okay, so this takes us out to the same passageway, which is fine. Just gonna navigate over like this. Mr. Jason says you're back. Mr. Coin, you took an earlier break than at the top of the hour just to get the dishes washed. Fair. Uh-oh, not good, not good, not good. This is a bad spot to be in this section of gloom. I need to get out. We're gonna need to handle the ice likes. Yep, I'm just gonna slow down and take my time. Yes, I could put on the winter clothes. This is probably the case of, yeah, Coin needs to stop being obstinate and just, you know, go through each section. You're right. All right, case 123 says Trekker fan case out. Rest in peace. Too true. Rest in peace. Mr. Gordogoku says winter clothes. Yep. Mr. Jason says, yep, if you don't handle the ice enemies, it'll be on quite a slippery slope. Too true. We have not seen any fire enemies yet, so I'm guessing that's gonna be next. Okay, let's just kind of meander around here. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Mr. Fent says you're literally crying. Yeah, I can imagine. Death generally does make people do that. The important thing to remember is that, you know, it's a cycle of life. People are born, they live, and then they die. Yeah, the death is painful, but at least my thought on death is, at least they're not suffering now, right? You know, I kind of think this way whenever I've had to put a dog down before, or, you know, I've had my parents or my other folks, like, put down their pets. It's always the, well, at least they're not suffering now, right? You know, death happens and then it's over. Mr. Jason says, what always shocks you, good sir, is that it feels longer than 6 months? It does. It does feel longer than 6 months. Hello. The power of a sage cannot reach you. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, that is really unfortunate. I'm gonna head down here first. I'm curious what's here. I sort of think there's nothing worthwhile, but my curiosity will not be the death of me, I promise. And one more time, I did not mean to toss the smasher, but it's fine. That's fine. I'm saving the Master Sword durability for when it really matters, by the way. Right now, we're just fine with the equipment we have on hand. Alrighty. So what do we have in here? A bunch of Zonai devices? Oh, is this game gonna make us do crazy? I hope not. We also have a bunch of Zonai weapons. Yeah, I guess we might as well take it. Give me a spear. I want a spear. Mr. Jason says you're getting quite bad, Mr. Coin. Yeah, Mr. Jason, if you need to go to the hospital, you should have had a meeting in the TCC on the 5th or today. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Yeah. Well, part of that's on me. I've just been really, really busy. Like, just, you know, getting ready for the end of the game and everything. But that isn't an excuse not to hold meetings. I'll make sure we have one tomorrow. No worries. It's just this week's been incredibly, strenuous, and I've been burning my wick at both ends, you know, up in the morning and late at night. I've been getting less than the necessary amount of sleep. Well, of course I'm gonna take one. If they're gonna drop a royal bow, I'm gonna bloody well use it. Okay, so what I'm really curious about, and also we should definitely be using this kind of bow for this. Mr. Fence says your Wi-Fi doesn't work so well. I'm sorry that you're having Wi-Fi issues. That's always kind of sucky. Mr. User 11 also continues to regularly have issues with their Wi-Fi. I'm really not surprised that Wi-Fi just kind of generally seems to be getting not exactly worse. It's more like it's less reliable these days compared to before. Interesting. So this was just like a storehouse? Mr. Fence says Twitch doesn't work. Yeah, I think there might be like a bit of a service like issue on Twitch today. Twitch has been having more service issues as of late. It's almost like they're losing the money to maintain their infrastructure, but if you ask me, but you know, I'm a streamer on the internet. What do I know? Okay. Uh-oh. Nope, not touching that. Ah, there's our gloom hand. Very well. I'm glad we have that all taken care of. I'm also going to briefly swap armors so we can, you know, lay this gloom hand to rest. All right, which Phantom Ganon are we gonna find here? I did not mean to do that. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, this one has a huge, big old bow. All right. Very well. I'm ready for your tricks today, Phantom Ganon. Ow. He did hit me once, but only once. And of course, like, if you're gonna let me replace that with this, I will happily take it. I can't tell if that is the Demon King, and stuff. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, it's not something you need a response to, but an acknowledgement. But you just mentioned the thing in the DM shared by you, me, and Miss Carly. Sure. Let me go and find that. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. I'll discuss that more in private later. But I have at least seen it. Okay. So it's this way. Well, actually, no, yes. It is just one direction, and it's up there. It's fine. Perfect. Yep, just one way in. There is, like, an bridge over this way. I am curious if going this way does anything different. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir, you feel like that event could be good for both parties involved? Absolutely. Wow. That is a lot of, like, rock. What is this, bomb excavation? Or am I just going the right way a different way? Mr. Gordo Goku says, never saw this room. I'm glad I was curious enough to check it out. I think this is just a way to sidestep a room, however. 1, 2. Mr. Fent says, do you understand Dutch? I do not, and not even a little bit, Mr. Fent. I only speak English. It should also be worth pointing out that unless you're going to translate what you're saying, you should, like, speak in English, please and thank you. It makes work easier on the moderators. Maybe later, Mr. Fent. Not right now. Right now, I want to be focused on the wonderful spectacle that is the end of the game. Mr. Jason says, you agree with me, good sir? You would not want to make Mr. Lunder's job difficult? Too true. Or Mr. Darcy's, for that matter. We also wouldn't want to make their job any difficult. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that guy. I'm just gonna ignore it. Ignore him. Wait. Okay. I need to keep an eye out because this is like the spot where, or this is like the beginning of the game again. Let me do this. Yeah. Just let's keep things nice and quiet. Mr. Gordogoku says, interesting route, but you're doing well. Thank you. Ah, Gibdos. Oh, yeah, I need to be a little bit more cogent. I was going to do things quietly, but then Gibdos happened. And thank you for the acknowledgement on my earlier comments, Mr. Fent. You know, look, all these things are. These are the exact same halls, even. Mr. Jason says, "You really put those Gibdos on ice." Okay, that is a pull out more bombs scenario. Okay, so the torch, I think Zelda dropped her torch in the room where we found Ganon's body. Oh, I want to see what's here, though. Mr. Fent says, why do Bert flies say bye-bye? I have no idea. Yeah, I intend to look at the wall. Look at all these pictures. It's the exact same story. Here are the Zonai. Then, and more specifically, I think this is King Rauru. King Rauru weds a Hylian by the name of Sonia. And they have a prosperous kingdom for a while. Then, the Demon King, or Ganondorf, comes along, kills Sonia, and takes her secret stone, and uses it to become the Demon King. You can see there by his visage that this is his army. And we know from watching the cutscenes now that is also the same, like, that is also the truth. Now, we're gonna start blasting wall to see what is coming next. And we're gonna take pictures. Just for posterity. Mr. Fent says, you wondered why the frisbee was getting bigger. And then it hit you. Thank you for the joke, Mr. Fent. That was a pretty good one. Mr. Jason says, mural number 1, King Rara descends. Raru, but yeah, I kind of figured that that's what you meant there. Yeah, he weds Sonia. Mural number 3, Ganondorf thinks he's a troll level creator. Mural 4, Ganondorf achieves being 0.01% as successful as a troll level creator. Ah, yes, we skipped the whole imprisoning war step entirely. So, looking at this more up close and personal, this is the imprisoning war right here, where Raru gives up his life. This is the last time you see the Zonai depicted in this way. Then these two murals here are... Here we can see Zelda receiving the sword, the Master Sword, and then, or putting it up on the altar, whichever one that happens to be. Mr. Gordu-Goku says those are sages at the bottom. Let me take a closer look. Yeah, I guess these could be sages. They're also evoking power. That makes some amount of sense to me. And then we have Zelda turning into the light dragon here. That's what this is. Note the wig of hair toward the top there. These are just nice murals. I'm glad we took a picture of them, for the record. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, I bet Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment has an alternative ending. Very funny. Thank you. I mean, you're right. It probably does have an alternative ending. Mr. Gordu-Goku says, I mean, what game goes in depth for the story? Another reason this game is awesome. I agree, Mr. Gordu-Goku. I love Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's a great game. But it is definitely not perfect. Okay, I need to keep an eye out, because this would be the hallway that leads to where Ganondorf's body was. So we're looking for a torch in here. Also, I'm gonna get I'll eat up and restore some health. Mr. Jason says at the bottom of the first fall is Zelda's torch. Okay. Oh, there's the imprisoning chamber. I wanted to get a nice, good look at this. Bottom of the first fall. Oh, look, there's Zonai script here, too. Interesting. Mr. Gordu-Goku says you never knew about the torch. Yeah, such a small detail. Oh, it's gotta be here. I'm gonna make a save here in case I need to go back and look for this torch. It is at the very bottom. Gloom's Lair. There's the torch. There, I think I've got a decent picture of this. So this was the torch. This is where it fell. You know, after she got sent to the past. I think we have one single solitary Lionel left, and it's got to be like here. Yeah, that is a pretty neat detail, Mr. Gordu-Goku. I'm kind of being silent a minute because this is new. This is new music right here. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason always knows the best lore. Too true. Mr. Gordo Goku says the music makes it hype. It does. I do actually feel a bit of suspense here. What's up, Mr. Jason? Since it's something important. Save here. Place some travel medallion on top of one of these drops. Sure. How about I place the travel medallion right here? I will collect... We're done with the one at Minoru, so I'll collect this one. Right there. What's up, Mr. Jason? You placed it right in the circle at the end? Okay, I'll do that. You want me to do that? Sure. Pretty, yes, it is aesthetically pleasing. I do like that. And I think I managed to do it first try too. All right, I'm gonna have my hand ready. You know, let's do this. Feels like I'm falling into the bongo arena here. Mr. Jason says this first fight is below, good sir. Indeed it is. All right.
We shall protect Hyrule together.
I owe you for your help. You can count on me. I will atone for my past failure. It is time to stop the Demon King.
All right, and it is time to immediately invalidate some of this by doing sneak striking a whole large bit of the crowd. That'll at least carve through some of this. You know what? Well, ow. Ah, one of you... Oh, I did not mean to sneak. This is a terrible time to fumble over the controls right now, Mr. Coin. Mr. Gordo Goku says the good news is that there are plenty of... If you need weapons, there will be plenty on the ground now. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, imagine the Demon King's army, but it's Lionel's. Yeah, that would be not great. And Mr. Jason says, idea, boss Lionel's, but twice the size. Ah, yes. Lionel's twice the size. And more difficult to mount, too, apparently. That would be great. just gonna lay these awful creatures to rest. Absolutely not. Other creatures are hitting me though, and I do not like that. And yeah, if you want monster parts, the game is giving you one final chance to like grab those. All right, that's wave number 1, I think. Beautiful. That was easy. Mr. Jason says, you'll be honest though, Mr. Coin, for all of Bowser's minions and Ganondorf's minions, including Lionel's, Mr. Jason has to say that Cheap Cheeps have still successfully ended more players than anything in both villains' roster of minions. Oh, absolutely. And pits and stuff. For Ganondorf's, like, side. Just, you know, literally change the world. Alright. Yep. I can see him over there, crawling around. Let's knock out a few of them. Dang it. Not great. Grab a few of these wings in case we need them. Perfect. Mr. Jason says Cheap Cheeps take the #1 spot, but the second best option for a troll level creator is the good old reliable hidden block. Yeah, the Kaizo block, placed strategically next to a cliff. So an inanimate object is better than a good majority of both villains' rosters. Absolutely. Okay, I believe my lowest restoratives are 9. Yeah, 9. We'll go ahead and eat one of these right now.
That gloom, it means but one thing. The Demon King is there. Huh? fight these beasts. Don't worry about us.
Link, we'll take care of this, Goro! You ready to see the power of a sage?
We'll be fine. We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
It is time, Link. The rest is up to you.
What a relief. Indeed. I'm still struggling to think where we could have let... I think our fight is here. Also, this one is definitely that. It's this one here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, this is it, good sir. The final boss. Reminder, take photos of every form. That I do intend to do that. Absolutely. If you guys want to wish me good luck, now is your chance to do that. For those of you on YouTube, well, you only have your words. For those of you on Twitch, I do have a a channel point redemption. Let me see if I can't find it. It's this one right here. In fact, I may need to, like, slide over this panel. Oh, yeah, you do need to type something in. You do need to type something in. I'll just type something in real quick.
Oh, and don't forget to aim.
That's the one you guys can use on Twitch if you want to, if you want to use that one. Mr. Jason says he missed one message, good sir. Mr. Jason says, there are a few names for those blocks that you've discovered, good sir. Hidden blocks, Kaizo block, and, you know, F blocks. F-word-U blocks. Yeah, I prefer, like, Kaizo blocks. That's just what I'm used to, but it could be any one of those. I've most commonly seen people refer to it as Kaizo blocks. All right. I'm gonna sort this. It is time to whip out the Master Sword. Gonna eat up. Just go for a nice full heal. Perfect. Get out a nice big shield. I'm gonna probably save more expensive shields for phase 2. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, I'm walking the wrong way. It would help if I walked the correct direction. I'll save the really important shield for phase 2. Thank you, Mr. Alundra, for the good luck. Thank you to everyone for the good luck. Mr. Gordo Goku says good luck. Master Swing helps where you need it. Yep, absolutely. I'm surprised stepping on this gloom isn't sapping my vitality, but... Alright, let's do this.
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
Regardless, I will reshape this world as it was meant to be. I will crush any opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do. Do not look away. You witness a king's revival. And the birth of his new world.
Oh boy! Before we get carried away, I do not want a single interruption on this, so I am going to disable the little adverts that I would normally do during this. I want this to be clean, crisp. So to give me just a second. Okay, those are all set. Let me start with the red app and work backwards. Mr. Gordogokus is so excited for you. I'm excited too. I am deathly excited to be doing this. What can I say? The VA for Ganondorf really knows what he's doing. I'll be happy to share what I know about that later, but for right now, I'll just say his voice acting work is impeccable. Mr. Jason says, silly confused Ganondorf. The Mushroom Kingdom is smothered in darkness. Us true villains would take over all other worlds if the stupid void that is Super Mario Maker 2 is not keeping us sealed. Sure. Mr. Jason, Ganondorf, I will rule. Yeah, until troll creators escape our void, then you'll do as we tell you, fool. We're gonna send this, himbo man-child exactly where he's supposed to go. Oh, before I forget. Okay, I need to hop to the left when he's doing that. Perfect. No, that is not perfect. I want the dude's face. I just got it. I just got his abs. There we go. Now I'm gonna keep the old picture. Hang on. Better. Got him. Perfect pose. Mr. Jason says that photo was absolutely wonderful, good sir. Too true. But now that we've gotten that initial excitement out of the way, it is time to unveil the interface. Mr. Gordogokus says, be aware of your hearts. Oh, I'll keep an eye out. No worries. That said, it is time for Coin to focus. I will see you guys on the other side of, what is, I assume, to be Phase 1. Mr. Jason says, in fact, it was quite impeccable. All right. Time to get focused. Let's do this. Oh my goodness, he can do that? Incredible.
What a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of battle. That feeling as blood surges in my veins. And I am not even near the limits of my power. Enjoy these final moments. I will be taking far more than you're on this time.
Mr. Jason says the spoiler redacted from earlier is that Ganondorf can and will perfect dodge and flurry rush me as well. I saw that. I'm like, whoa, that's kind of cool that he could do that. But also, it's really bad if, you know, if he had actually hit me during that. Mr. Jason says that was it. Yep. Yes, sir. Round 1 complete. Round 2, begin. Oh, man. Okay, I'm very aware this is the phase with the titular mechanic. I'm going to put the focus overlay back up, and I will... Mr. Gordogoku says shoot an arrow. I'll try, but we got to get the picture first. That said, it's focus time. Got him.
Sorry for keeping you waiting.
Show the Demon King who's boss, Link!
Uh-oh.
I'm taking you down.
I better keep an eye on him. So the brightly colored one is the real one. Gotcha. Mr. Gordogoku says normally he parries them. Maybe I'm shooting a 5-shot, which is why that's happening. Let me try a single shot though. Oh, you can get headshots on him. Ow. Ha! Even when I'm not focused on you, little man. Round 2 complete. Round 3 begin. One-on-one. Indeed. Okay, he's still informed too, so we don't have that to worry about. I think the arrow parrying thing is about to come in right now, is what Mr. Gordogoku is alluding to. Let's see if he's right. Here comes the focus overlay again. Yeah, there it is. Wait, he just permanently stole a... I'm sorry, what? Did he just permanently steal a heart container? He actually did this. Mr. Gordogoku says, don't forget about what you said about the spin attack. You'll see where. Mr. Tension says, let's go. Wait, please tell me these heart containers come back and they're not permanently lost? Pay attention. Come on. Wow, you're really serious. Is it just me or is he piercing gloom resistance? It seems like he's permanently, you know, or like that he is piercing through this. Gotcha. Ah, okay. Oh, he broke my shield. Whoopsie. Gotcha. Okay, there are projectiles here. I need to watch those. I was able to dodge them last time. I can no longer do that. I have to smack them back. You're very wily, good sir. Okay, as an overhead smack. I have to parry him. It's just, he moves so fast. I'm not sure I can. And I already have to have a shield prior or I'm not getting the parry whatsoever. Yup, that setup is here. I have... I basically have to anticipate it. Gotcha. Okay, that was a painful lesson. I cannot look anywhere but the screen right now. Mr. Jason says, let me go back and catch up on all the messages, I should say, before we lock back in. Mr. Jason says, you have to admit, for as much of a failure that he is and how low he deserves to be on a troll level creator's ranks, his hairstyle is cool. Oh yes, and you know, that's nothing to say of, you know, R34 art either. That's like a whole separate bit of business. Ganondorf is cool. Mr. Jason says, GG, Mr. Coin. GG. You didn't even consider Dead Man's volley on the projectiles that he shoots? Wow, even omniscient beings such as troll level creators learn new things. The photos also extend to this form, good sir. Mr. Jason goes on to say, yeah, I'm aware. Yep, there are 3 photos left. I figured we'd have to deal with the demon himself. Mr. Jason says, welcome, Mr. Coin, to the true final boss. If you don't fall, or if you fall, don't worry. Zelda, catch me. Understood. Let's not fall then, shall we? Let's see. Oh, I understand. Welcome on in, Zach Ismid. Good to see you. I didn't, to be honest, I was half focused and didn't really pay attention to much if who was talking, which is why the focus overlay is there. Good to see you, Zach Ismid. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. With tips like that, I am going to assume that you're at least familiar with Tears of the Kingdom if you haven't beaten it, that is. Mr. Fent says, go Mr. Coin Stamp. Go Mr. Coin Stamp. Thank you, and thank you for the GGs, Mr. Gordo Goku. Now the easier part. Good luck. If you love this game so much. Yeah, we're in puzzle boss territory. Zach says, all good, dude. You beat the game? Nice. Did you enjoy Tears of the Kingdom? While that is going on, just as a reminder, no spoilers, please. Nobody be spoiling any details. I know there was a bit of a slip on that during Phase 2, but I want to figure it out myself. If nobody minds. With that said, here comes the focus overlay for what will hopefully be one last time. I'll acknowledge people, I'll say hi, but otherwise, I don't chit-chat much. Zach Ismid says Tears of the Kingdom was great. Won't spoil? Thank you. Mr. Gordo Goku says, you hope mine wasn't a spoil, a bit of a teeny tiny one, but in truth, I kind of could read what he was doing. It's just having to lock in enough to see it all, Mr. Gordo Goku, that's all. In the end, it didn't amount to much. Wait. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Oh, and of course I'm without companions here as well. I should... How do we, Mr. Jason says, but we allow light spoilers, right? I suppose. Okay, I know she's gonna come and catch. But I can't whip out my camera for some strange reason. Oh, I think I'm at the part of the fight where I can't do that right now. Okay. Okay, in what world did I think a dinky little arrow was gonna do anything? Alright, I'm gonna crack out the 5-shot then. And we're gonna eat the attack up. You can land safely on the bulges, by the way. Okay, good to know. I don't know, I didn't need to pop the Master Sword in order to do that. We're gonna glide so I can regain stamina here. Alright, next bulge is down there. Just keep an eye on what he's spitting out. I'm sure he's gonna get more aggressive as time passes. Alright, let's try landing down here. Yeah, this might be a fall on Zelda situation. Let's do that. Where's the next one? Is that over here? Oh, I think I see what I have to do in order to get this picture. I'm gonna take a preemptive picture now when I land on the pustule there, but I'll try to take a different one when I assume I'd have to attack his face eventually. This is exciting. I know my responses are muted here, but this is cool. This reminds me so much of my World of Warcraft days. It's not funny. I can't actually... Yeah, I actually can't do that at all. Alright. Alright, get out of the way. Zelda, hun, you need to not be doing this right now. Wow, so oh, hold on. I should definitely refrain from making too much commentary. Wow. Patooey. Wow, you gave up a lot of your own power there, buddy. I'll just fall. Oh, the Blood Moon acting as like an impressive backdrop is also really cool. That's a nice touch. Oh, and getting hit by one of those blasts will steal a heart container. This is it. Goodbye.
Link, how are you? I was... I reached you, after all. He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it. But how am I... No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. But when I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link. I'm home.
Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure I preserved everything in one lump. I realized I probably could have talked during the dive to save Zelda cutscene. I realized I probably could have done that. But I am very happy I did not do that because it preserves the entire integrity of the moment, and it's footage I can use for the video essay later, among other things. Let me go back and talk to everyone because I did see a lot of messages. Mr. Jason says, you were surprised to find that out yourself. Oh, I reacted to that. This part of the fight tends to drag on a lot. That it does. That it did, but I'm happy that it's done. Mr. Jason says, GG, Mr. Coin. GG, what an absolutely grand adventure. It is just a shame that you respectfully chose to decline to cleanse the poor Mushroom Kingdom of its evil. Won't somebody think of the poor, unfortunate citizens of the Mushroom Kingdom? Indeed. I'm sure someone will pick up the pipe on that one. Mr. Jason says, and that's it, Mr. Hyrule. Mr. Coin, excuse me. I'm not Mr. Hyrule. No. That persona switch is not happening. Hyrule is safe once again, at least until the next entry in the series, or, hey, Nintendo, let's have a Legend of Zelda Maker game. Yeah, I get the feeling they're not going to do that. They have learned their lesson for Mario Maker. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, the most useful thing that Ganondorf did during his reign was to make Hyrule Castle more safe from ground attacks. Yeah, that sounds right. Mr. Jason says, it was better that you were silent then. I appreciate that. Let's see, going back. Must hit it with the map. Right, I figured that part out, Mr. Fent. I figured, I saw that and smacked it with a sword. Mr. Gordo Goku says, GG. Thank you. Such a beautiful game. How are they supposed to top that in the next game? Oh, I mean, they tried. And I don't know if they did. I mean, we have Echoes of Wisdom, right? Echoes of Wisdom was not, did not top that. So I am curious to see what they're going to do in the next iteration, but Tears of the Kingdom is as far as I can go in that timeline. For multiple different reasons. Mr. Fent says, "Boom, nuke." Yeah, right. All the wonderful displays of light as Ganondorf was dying. Yeah, that is certainly a nuke of some sort. It at least has the makings or presentation of one. To answer your question from earlier, Mr. Fent, Patreon is a service platform for where people can pay, content creators or anyone who runs a service through Patreon. And in exchange for doing that, they get benefits. It comes in a lot of different flavors. I'd be more than happy to talk to you in private about that, later, and perhaps once you reach a more appropriate age. Well, I did welcome in P and Q Mac. Good to see you. And I'm sorry you got a chat message instead of my voice, P and Q Mac. You just happened to come in right during the cutscenes right toward the end. So, and we're still not done. I know there's one cutscene left after this, assuming we've done everything correctly. P and Q Mac, if and you don't mind my asking, have you played Tears of the Kingdom before? Are you familiar with it? Have you beaten it? Played it a lot? Played it a little? I'm just curious. Obviously, this stream is spoiler central today. But you know, I always do try to ask people what their experience with the game being streamed is, so that, you know, I can talk or in and around spoilers, or we can discuss things as needed and stuff like that. Plus, it's just a good conversation starter. Alundra says, they could in fact add 1,000 more Koroks. If they do that, I am gonna be upset. And then I'm gonna shrug, because that's not gonna be a game I play, probably. You know, again, unless I somehow miraculously get a Switch 2 and I get the game. Not happening. Gordo Goku says, get your girl. Wow. Yeah. You know, boy meets girl saves world. Classic trope. And the prince always saves the princess. Absolutely. Mr. Gordo Goku says, rumor, you haven't completely tried it, but if you wear the robe as you beat Ganon, you won't be naked. You'll work on and get back to me. You didn't want to forget saying that. No worries. No worries. But I do appreciate that. That is a nice little detail for the cutscene and everything. Tension says it's one more scene, Mr. Coin, after the credits. Yeah. We can probably go ahead and... I feel caught up now. So we can unpause this. Mr. Gordo Goku says it was very good the way you did it. I appreciate that. Alundra says our spoiler policy is light spoilers only. Too true. I'm going to keep the clapping soft for jokes while the credits are rolling. Mr. Jason says your favorite benefit is just to see Mr. Coin. I appreciate that. Okay, I am going to lower the volume on this a bit so I can talk. First, I have to say, what a game. What an absolute treat to play. I really, really appreciate that. Sir Jason says, you're glad that I'm visible on this screen, good sir? Yeah, that's probably, I appreciate that. Mr. Jason says, you are truly a credit yourself. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Thank you. This journey from beginning to end has been fantastic. Yeah, we beat the game. Oh, it feels great. Of course, we're not yet done. As I've said, we've got glitches to pull up, and then we've got cutting room floor material to talk about. Mr. Gordo Goku says you will always say that you respect the heck out of Breath of the Wild, but you love Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, so I can start a little bit of the review, the end of game review, which is reflected in my Twitch title, but is not reflected in my YouTube title, unfortunately. Just because YouTube is real finicky about title changes. And I guess I'll make sure I read all the comments before doing a review first. Mr. Tension says, congratulations, Mr. Coin, you did it. Let's go. Thank you for that, Mr. Tension. Mr. Jason says, when you finish with the final scene, can you first check your hours on the Nintendo Switch home menu, good sir? Absolutely. There's a reason for you asking, which you'll reveal once done? Sure. Sure. After the final cutscene and everything. But this game... the art direction was fantastic. Granted, it's the same as Breath of the Wild, which if you look at it coming from the back of Breath of the Wild, you know, yeah, this didn't reinvent the wheel in terms of art, no different style or anything. But I think the cel-shaded style really fits this type of game. It's realistic enough without being overbearing. It's no Xenoblade Chronicles X, that's for sure. Xenoblade Chronicles X is a game that has like a hyper-realistic photo style, if you're curious about the context there. The musical score was fantastic. I wish there was more music, and I'm the sort of person that enjoys a good musical overworld, but I respect the fact that only ambient noise was used. The musical composers did fantastic work for this. and they should feel proud of themselves. Gameplay-wise, Tears of the Kingdom was great. It's way better than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was awesome. Don't get me wrong. It set the stage for how Tears of the Kingdom could be better. You had powers. You had your slate. You had your map. You had your quest system. You had overworld collectibles. You had little mini dungeons, and you had places of significant interest. The divine beasts. But Tears of the Kingdom found a way to take all of that new innovation and blend it back into some of the old style. And I think that's where Tears of the Kingdom truly has an edge. Also, just quality of life features. Having recipe cards as opposed to checking the recipes of every individual item, or the way in which you could auto build your Zonai devices, having more pins to work with and more kinds of pins. It's fantastic. If you're wanting to know which is the better game, I honestly think that's Tears of the Kingdom. However, Breath of the Wild's gameplay is a more compact experience. You know when you're done. You're not pinching yourself wondering when it's finished, like you would be with Tears of the Kingdom. I think that's the difference between medium and large size games like these. If you like a more compact experience, and Breath of the Wild's going to be a better game for you. If you're wanting more stuff, just more stuff, I'm the guy that wants more stuff, by the way. Then Tears of the Kingdom is the game for you. Additionally, or I should say next point is going to be the plot. Breath of the Wild's plot is fairly straightforward, and it leaves you... it leaves you to figure it out for yourself. Tears of the Kingdom's plot, on the other hand, it guides you through a bit more. There's more to say, there's more to talk about, there's, just more to do, and it's different. In Breath of the Wild, you're an amnesiac. In Tears of the Kingdom, you're not. You're discovering a different person's memories instead. And there's also the whole past and future, or past and present trope going on, which is also cool. I love the implementation of the Zonai in the story. It is one of the better Japanese takes on a god race, quote unquote, that I have seen. Almost on par with Xenoblade Chronicles. What the heck am I listening to? But I think are they just playing a super version of the Gloom track or whatever? But going back to the plot, there are parts where Tears of the Kingdom falls on its face a little bit more than Breath of the Wild. But I think there are more of the better moments in the game in Tears of the Kingdom than there are Breath of the Wild. I think Tears of the Kingdom does manage to balance itself out a little bit better. But you are fed more of the story. Whereas you can go I guess you could go the entire game without the Tears of the Kingdom story, but you do at least have to know the beginning. Breath of the Wild, you almost get a pure, clean slate thing with the plot. You can either engage with it not at all the whole way through, or any amount in between, any amount of the plot in between. You don't have to engage with much of it at all. So I would say that. However, I do think the plot in Tears of the Kingdom overall is better. It's more rich. It's more in depth. There are more characters. It isn't quite so centered on Link and Zelda. There are other significant people too, and more than just significant races or what have you, or champions among those races. But there's a large interconnected story, and I can really appreciate that. Something that is only really possible when you've got a past and future trope going on. All in all, and I'll elaborate more on that, in the video essay, but all in all, I do think Tears of the Kingdom edges out Breath of the Wild in terms of its competency. And that is to say nothing of the completion experience. Nintendo is the author of this software for the purposes of copyright. All rights reserved. Copyright Nintendo. Mr. Jason says, so more Koroks than Mr. Coin? No. No, just no. Absolutely not. Oh, I need to be ready. Hang on. Cutscene time? Mr. Gordogoku says you had 675 hours for 100%? Nice. Yeah, it's a long time. I have about that amount of time. Attention set. Oh, let's go.
I can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky. Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
Everyone, I am glad I was able to bring you all here. I wanted to share this view of Hyrule with all of you.
Whoa! I've never been this far up before, Goro.
Wow, what a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Yes, although I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled their abilities through you, Link.
Oh. I see.
Now it seems it is my time.
Minoru!
Do not worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Raru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Those of us gathered here swear on our lives to support Princess Zelda and... Oh. To support Princess Zelda and safeguard the land of Hyrule.
Rauru and Sonia will be happy to hear of this.
But Minoru...
And now let them know just how much you care. Thank you all.
King Rauru, Queen Sonia, Minoru. The ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to that goal. Now and for all time. My friends, with all of your strength, stand with me.
Oh boy. Well, what a game. What a game. Absolutely. Mr. Gordo Goku says, or I'm sorry, Mr. Tension says, I missed that statement earlier when the cutscene happened. You have 500 hours of gameplay. Nice. Mr. Gordo Goku says you love that it's voice acted instead of having to just read it. It means more. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, people can offer their own intonation on what the characters are saying instead of hearing me talk. I'm not a voice actor. I would not do it justice. Promise. Mr. Gordo Goku says you've done it, Mr. Coin. Good job. Thank you. I appreciate that. Moving over to the red app, or purple app, excuse me. Mr. Jason says, so he is, yet again, the link between things. Absolutely. Mr. Jason says, poor Minoru's construct. Yeah, but it was time. It was absolutely time. Mr. Jason says you can only imagine how many different types of grunts that Link's voice actor had to do. Oh yeah. Just old, and also just the number of grunts in general. Grunts and moans and oh my god, just so many different not basic noises. I thought it was just fairy moans, but no, if you listen hard enough, you can get all these little types of noises anywhere in this game. And Breath of the Wild too, for that matter. Now, Mr. Jason, you wanted to see the 755 hours or more is the playtime that I have here. I've played this game more than I have played anything else other than like World of Warcraft or Skyrim, that type of thing. Mr. Jason says, you hope the Great Fairy's voice actors got paid handsomely? Yes, I hope they did, because that had to have been uncomfortable for them. Mr. Jason says, the main story and side quest for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, according to How Long to Beat, is 116 hours. So that means you spent a total of 639 hours finding poop. Congratulations, GG. Indeed. Let's head back in here because we're not done yet. We're still not done with this. Even though we're done, quote unquote, with the game, first we can definitely confirm that we got the star. Let's see, moving over to the red app a bit more. Mr. Gordogoku says, ah, man, you beat me. By 100-ish hours. Fence says you did it. Mm-hmm. Mr. Fence says 75 hours or what? Oh, also, yeah, we got profiles to read. We got a number of profiles to read. But we're still not done. Fence says 755 hours at least. It says 755 or more hours. So I'm not even sure it is exactly 755. That's just the minimum number. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you were just short of Mr. Jason's time, too. Yours was 760 hours. Between what I have left to do and everything else, we might actually eke it out to match hours. I'm not going to intend to spend 5 hours doing glitches, but we can get close. All right, let's read. Demon King Ganondorf. An evil man who lived long ago in the era of Hyrule's founding. His legend claims that this Gerudo man fed his bottomless ambition with great power and became a king of demons. He was imprisoned beneath Hyrule Castle for ages, but the magic holding him weakened when the castle was damaged during the calamity a century ago, and his power has steadily been growing since. Now he has revived as a threat beyond the knowledge of any. Elder sister of Rauru, Minoru. She helped her brother, the source of Link's right arm, fight the Demon King in her role as the Sage of Spirit long ago. When she was struck down in battle, she used her powers to preserve her spirit in the Pora Pad. She feels responsible for a Zonai Secret Stone, giving rise to the Demon King, and swore to Zelda she would do everything in her power to defeat him in the present day. All right, well, those are all the profiles. I think it's always going to say, 21 out of 23 because of we need to actually complete the game to move forward. Everything else, though, side adventures are done, shrine quests are done. We have all the memories, all that's done. We have these pictures. So we have all the creatures, monsters, materials, equipment, and treasures. We have all of those. Mr. Gordu Gokus is correct about the 21 of 23 part. Yeah, that's about what I figured. Mr. Jason says, Ganondorf is known to some, Mr. Coin. The troll level creators, mainly you, just think he's adorable thinking he's that powerful. Uh-huh. We can finally remove any and all non-game related marks. Fantastic. There's one last little teeny tiny thing we need to do. You guys ready? Fred says, yo, it's working again. Nice. Nice. And then we'll be ready to start, at least looking at some glitches. I'll probably spend an hour trying to do some glitches. And then we'll go to the cutting room floor and wrap up. we will take a manual break at, at the top of the hour. So, firstly, and we can totally put on normal armor again. I forgot what I was gonna say. Mr. Gordugokus is almost there, but that's really good. 99.91% is very good. Yeah, see, that is so bloody close. But I think I'm ready to be finished with that. If I find it, I have to go back through and record footage anyway for video essay, so I'll try to find... You want me to check the Grove of Time? Sure, we can do that. But after we do this other thing first. Mr. Coin, you missed a treasure, good sir. See our shared DM, please. Oh. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Oh, thank you for the gift sub. I apologize for not having alerts ready. My goodness. But thank you for the gift sub. Mr. Jason, please do enjoy your wonderful benefits that come along with that. Not that you didn't have some of them already, but you do get a few more. Also, bit of bookkeeping while we're here. We can go ahead and pathfind to the house while that's happening. But thank you. Now, if you meant to buy a gift sub for yourself, or a sub for yourself, that's a whole different can of worms. But in an hour, I'm not sure we'll be done in an hour, but there's going to be a poll that releases. There's going to be a poll in the Discord that's going to release, and it's going to ask you guys, something to vote on. So if you guys have fresh, if you guys were wondering, when are we going to vote on something next? Well, in an hour, you guys will get your wish for the very next game. It does have achievements, and that is what the poll will be about. All right. Mr. Kilton, I am ready. Yep, absolutely. Check out this picture. Look at this graph. Yes, I'm glad I kept multiple copies. Did I miss something, Mr. Jason? I did. Mr. Jason says treasure number 7 is the best one, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, good sir. Yeah, let's get Himbo up there. Himbo. I'm sure Rule 34 has its day with Mr. Ganondorf. I'm quite sure of that. Said and done, as promised. Just look at that magnificent work. This must be put on display too. Go ahead and decorate with the stage with it as you see fit. Thank you for the community sub. My goodness. I will have to figure out why these events are not working. I'm sure I have something turned off that should be turned on, or I don't have an event for gift subs. Yeah, actually, I straight up just don't have a gift for the gift subs. Yeah, I need to fix, or an alert for the gift subs. I need to fix that. Because I assume this would fall under the tier 1s, not a whole separate event. But thank you. I do hope Nice One enjoys their subscription benefits and privileges. All right, we're gonna put Mr. Dorothy boy maybe right there. It's not the best picture, but I mean, it is an picture. It is a nice statue. I agree. It got the whole works. All of that is right here. But now that we've done that teeny tiny thing, yeah, sure. We'll go to the Grove of Time, which I believe is right here. And then we can get started on glitches. And, you know, poor Coins behind really needs to get up and stretch. So I do think before we, you know, deal with the glitches, I do want to take a stretch break first. And everything, but what's up, Mr. Jason? Just booting up the game for its own sake is really quite a different feeling altogether, I must say. You know, not having it loom in the horizon to be... You personally can't sub, Mr. Fent? That's strange. If you're able to purchase gift subs, you should be able to purchase a sub for yourself, which I figured is kind of what you were looking for in the first place. I'm sort of thinking about some potential business that I might have to conduct in the future for that reason. Game, I'm not interested in the slightest in your nonsense. Okay, so this would be the Grove of Time. This is not one of the spots I needed to go find. But that's fine. I will find the last two remaining spots, you know, on my own, and we'll kind of go from there. Mr. Jason says, let's take a small break, but after it, you just remembered something important? Sure, absolutely. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me up to this point. You guys have been amazing. I like I said, I truly do look forward to, you know, trying the handful of glitches and, you know, the cutting room floor. I do look forward to that. We are going to take a commercial break now. There will be a little timer above my head when that happens. It'll last for 3 minutes. During that time, I'm going to get up, you know, stretch, do some other stuff. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. It'll just make your break pass faster. But when the timer hits, or I should say, regardless of how you choose to spend your time, once the timer reaches 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I'll have returned and we can pick right back up where we left off. With any luck, it'll only take at most like another 2 hours is what I would say. Hopefully. Maybe even not quite that long because there's a lot of stuff in the cutting room floor. But we are going to go ahead and take that break now. Mr. Jason says you're going to send me an image to look at first after the break? Sure. Absolutely. Let me make sure I've caught up on everyone. Mr. Gordo Goku says you don't have to. It was more of a joke. The laughing emoji should have tipped me off to that. But, you know, I mean, if that had been true, it would have been nice to find, right? And yeah, that is a nice statue. That said, it is break time. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Okay. Make sure. Yeah, the timers that are still disabled are disabled. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I did reply to that statement. Mr. Gordogoku says you don't know if it's a glitch, but if you don't want to fight, you run past the battle save and reload. They don't see you right away, and you could run on. If that makes sense. You use it a lot before you had Majora's Mask. The save and reload trick. Yeah, that is something you can do. To bypass enemies. We can showcase that real quick. And then we will get into like a glitch properly. I mean, let me find some spot where we can do that. We might even be able to do that. I'm trying to think where the best spot for that would be. Maybe I know the perfect place to test that. I know the best place to test that. Mr. Jason says he'll send me the picture first for the reaction. Yeah, I did reply to that. So with the cutting room floor material, I'll go ahead and be upfront about this. There is going to be a period where, there's going to be like a non-display on the screen, and that is because the cutting room floor material is available on my actual gaming computer. That's where that is. And so there's going to be a period where I have to like swap cables around, but then after that, we should be good. Mr. Jason says he'll send you right. Oh, I already read that. Whoopsie. Yeah, but where are we gonna... I want to go around the front where the citadel is, where the monster fort is. Should be right here. Okay, we could just gallivant through here. Yep, so here's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of enemies. Quickly get around and behind a corner. Doesn't matter particularly where, just anywhere. Save. And let's load and see if this works. I should have gotten a drink, but I didn't have that much time for the commercial break to do that. If I had taken a 5-minute break, I probably could have grabbed the drink in addition, but... Yeah. Look, there it is right there. You could totally use this to sneak past enemies. Now, of course, it doesn't take long, before you glitch things out or before, you get spotted, but there you bloody go. That's a pretty easy bypass. Mr. Gordogoku says, go ahead and get drink. Very well. I thank you for the latitude. We're gonna go park in the house so that I'm not getting attacked. And then I will quickly go get myself a beverage. I even have a cup behind me can use for such a thing. But I could still pinch myself, and I could find myself having to do the end of the game routine, tomorrow all over again. I've been playing this game so long. It feels almost unreal to play something else. That said, I'm going to go get my beverage so that I'm going to have to do a lot of talking anyway. So it's good that I do this. And I will be back in just a moment. Sorry about that. I am back with a refreshing bit of cheer wine. Hashtag not sponsored. Cherry. Mr. Jason says, after the drink, good sir, you could I could check the photo, but I know what you're wanting to ask. You'd very much at least like that while you're still here. I can do that for you, sure. Mr. Gordon Goku says, you figured I deserved an extra sec if I needed it for sure. That was a lot to go through. Yeah, that was 2 hours of not moving from my seat. I normally don't wait that long between breaks. I do not normally wait that long. That's not that is not something I normally do. Oh. You used both versions of Ganondorf there, along with all the silver enemies. Mr. Jason is showing me his picture. Good sir, you're very welcome. If you're so inclined, Mr. Jason, you could put that in the photo gallery. The All-Knowing Picture Club, that's the name of the picture gallery. You can put that there if you would like other people to view it, just in case I don't get to it. Also, it would probably be better if you did that, because then I'm not flashing private DMs, or I'm not having to do a weird screen cap thing. Not forcing you to do anything, just suggestions on how you could best show that picture to our wonderful and loving audience. But again, you are very welcome, good sir. Okay. I need to find a glitch that has not been patched. And then go from there. Okay. Okay, let's try this then. Duplicates any material. The bundle item duplication has not been patched according to the zeldawiki.net, and it requires the ability to view memories from the Poor Pad, which we have. We can view these anytime. That's this tab right here. The room next to Ronson unlocked, or access to the Akala Citadel ruins. 2 fragile materials such as bird eggs, which I know we have those. That's literally these right here. 1 material you want to duplicate. If you want to duplicate the fragile material you've chosen for the prior requirement, you need a total of 3. Again, you guys can see this on zeldawiki.wiki. Let me put that in the chat for you. Mr. Jason says, yeah, that makes more sense, good sir. You've posted in there? Very well. So, if you guys have not interfaced with forums very much, on my Discord server, I have a channel called the All Knowing Picture Club. It should be under General Hangouts, under the category of General Hangouts. I put the release thumbnails in there, along with a bunch of other stuff, food pictures, that type of thing. Mr. Jason, I believe, probably has just made a post in there for his picture, if you guys want to comment on it. You don't have to, just putting that out there. Mr. Jason says it is titled Mr. Jason's Monster Screenshot Tears of the Kingdom. Yep. That works. That gets right to the point. Nope, that is incorrect. That I could have swore I copied the correct one. Oh, I pasted instead of copied. Hang on. So you guys got the... you guys unfortunately got a weird bit in the chat there. There we go. That should be the correct link. Mr. Jason says, and with it saying Mr. Jason's, that also means it has been Mr. Jason approved, good sir. Too true. Too true. All right, so now we can all look at the same stuff. So let's see. Poor Pat Memories, room next to Ronson or the Call of Citadel ruins, bird eggs, one steering stick. Oh, I get the feeling steering sticks are going to be at the heart of lots of these. If you're in versions 1.2.0, I definitely am. 2 weapons or shields, both having nothing fused to them. Then you will need 1 shield or weapon that has nothing fused to... Wait, I'm sorry. If you are on versions 1.2.0 through 1.4.1, I'm on the latest version, 2 weapons or shields, both having nothing fused to them, then you will need 1 shield or weapon that has nothing fused to it. If you choose to do this in Terrytown, remove any President Hudson cutouts near the door to the room next to Ronson. If you choose to do this in the Call of Citadel ruins, allow the nearby gloom spawn to dissipate or defeat it. Mr. Jason says you're probably going to head off as you're getting tired. No worries, Mr. Jason. No worries. Yeah, definitely take it easy today. See you in the office tomorrow, good sir. No worries, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to see you, and I'm glad to have had you during the end of the game, good sir. I do hope you rest well. And I get to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Jason. And with that, I'm going to move over to the red app. Mr. Gordugoku says, forgive me, but how do you know what version you have? Is it on the cartridge somewhere? So if we look at options, we can look at software information and probably check out... I don't want to archive the data. No, you don't even have to go that far. Let me, I just spotted it. Let me get the pointer ready. This number right here, underneath the information for the game, that right there, that is the version number. It tells you what version number you have. Version 1.4.2 is the one I currently have. I'm not even sure this glitch will work if I'm being completely honest. Mr. Jason says Mr. Gordugoku has just reminded them of something. They go on to say they still have a version 1.0.0 of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, a lot of the people that have come in, like Mr. NK or... like Trekker fan before they passed, they came on in and told me that they were playing the 1.0 version or the 0.9 version because they wanted to glitch the game out, which is cool. That's totally fine, but I'm thinking of where I was taking that sentence. I literally just farted and forgot. Like brain farted and forgot. Yeah, so I'm very aware that people like that version, like the initial release of the game, because of all the buggy mess. You can do amazing buggy things. Mr. Gordo Goku says, okay, you'll look later because you have to see it, because you have to have it in the Switch to see what version it is. You shouldn't have to. Oh, I know why. Hold on. Let me try something else. Options. No, you shouldn't need it. Like, oh no, that one's in the thing. Let's try this. Yeah, it'll tell you what your last known version is. You just press the plus button. And if you look right up there, in the upper left-hand corner, near where the picture is, you should tell you what version you have. If you have another situation going on with your Switch, Mr. Gordogoku, that is totally fine. Just, I don't want to say your experience is, not real, because maybe that is the case for you. But I know how I was able to do it, and maybe that'll be helpful. 1.4.2, yeah, so all of this information on glitches is assuming that we have at least the 1.4.1 version. Mr. Jason says, technically speaking, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason technically has 5 or 6 sealed copies of the initial launch version of the game. Mr. Coin. Yeah, that is true. You do have a lot of copies of them that have not been opened. However, patch information means, it will not take long. You would have to purposely not update every single one of those copies if you wanted to do that. Or, keep them in the box, which is more aptly what is probably going to happen here. Okay, so yeah, this is the bundle item duplication glitch. Oh, is it going to require knowledge of a previous glitch? I sure hope not. Hold on, I should read this, but I'm going to put myself in the correct position before moving. Perform fuse entanglements. How it can be done differs depending on your game version. If done properly, steering stick should be dropped next to Link. Okay, it's telling me to do a bunch of stuff that I should already apparently have knowledge of. So I'm going to need to look at that. Quick smuggling. Interesting. Okay. Mr. Jason says, yes, good sir. Mr. Jason has accounted for that. Mr. Jason's Nintendo Switch OLED model, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition, is permanently on flight mode to keep version 1.0. So you have a way to force the initial launch of the game, which makes sense. I mean, that does make a lot of sense, good sir. I hope I don't have to learn a whole bunch of sub-glitches, because if I have to do that, that could be a problem. Because it's telling me I need fuse entanglement. I might need to try some, other glitches first, instead of just anything else. Mr. Jason says, and after the Koroks, Mr. Jason, like you, has absolutely earned the right, irrefutably, to have a little fun. Yes. I will be having a lot of fun with the video essay. Incredible amounts of fun, actually. Getting a lot of things that are not fuse entanglement, I'll tell you that. Minoru. Oh, specifically Minoru? Okay. Interesting. So, if I go back to this first glitch, fuse entanglement. No, it's something else. It doesn't look like it's spitting out another glitch. Okay, so let's, I guess we need to try, you know, oh, no. Interesting. So I guess we could start with this. See you in the office tomorrow. See you in the office tomorrow, Mr. Jason. Rest well and take care of yourself out there. Fuse entanglement is a glitch that is used to interrupt the fusing process, forming a connection between the equipment you want to fuse entangle to, referred to as the parent or base, and the object you want to fuse entangle, referring to as the child or target, while keeping them separated. I'm reading this right from the wiki. The child will be shown as fused in the inventory while also existing outside of the inventory. If the parent no longer exists outside of the inventory, the connection will be severed, and the child will disappear, ending the glitch. Throughout the different versions of the game, fuse entanglement is always possible, but different methods may get patched up as updates are released. Additionally, fuse entanglement is the basis of countless other glitches and will be used to perform other glitches. Interesting. Okay. So I guess we're gonna do the fuse entanglement first, and that means we need to be outside of Terrytown to even make that happen. And hopefully not have it raining too hard. I'm just gonna get some sufficient distance from the town so I have enough room to move, and then we're gonna do this thing. And I will also call back all irrelevant stages so that I don't possibly muck it up with something else. Okay. Press X to prepare to fuse it. Equip and drop the target equipment. Okay. Which I guess... I wonder if this is going to... Requirements for portable or like stick culling. It says portable culling, but it's missing the method for that. I think it got patched out. Let's see. That's gonna be a problem. I'm just trying to read this so it all makes sense. Press either L, R, or Y to begin the fusing process. Pause the game exactly 3 frames later. Use memories to advance the game by 1 frame and better time it. If you pause 3 frames after the input, the piece of equipment should be a white to yellow to green glow. To use memories, enter the inventory immediately after the input. If you can see, there's still green light highlighting the target and connecting it to the head of Minoru's construct. Open the inventory log and view 2 memories. If there's no longer any green light highlighting the target and connecting it to the head Minoru's construct, view 1 memory. After 3 frames have passed since the input, unpause the game. If done correctly, Minoru's construct should behave like there's something fused to wherever you fuse entangled while the piece of equipment is on the ground. Okay, so... we need a parent weapon and then a different weapon. Let me use 2 less valuable weapons for this. Object you wish to fuse entangle. Yeah, between equipment you want to fuse entangle and the object you want to fuse entangle. So I need to get rid of a blade here. Okay, we're gonna drop this. Actually, I cannot do that. I have to do it in the moment. Mount Minoru's construct and press X to prepare to fuse it. Equip and drop the weapon, which is that. Press either L, Y, R, or Y. It doesn't matter which one. I have to pause very fast. Like that. White to green, yellow to green glow. Okay, so we could, like, do something like this. I don't know if I need to view the complete memory or not. I don't know if doing that works either. Yellow to green glow. You can still see green light highlighting the target and connecting it to the head of Minoru's construct. To log in, view 2 memories. Okay, I need to do that. And it probably needs to be 2 different memories. I do not think is correct. Okay, if there's no longer... If done correctly, Minoru's construct should behave like there's something fused to wherever you fuse entangled to while the piece of equipment is on the ground. Oh, I should have saved this. Just in case. I took a capture of the thing. I'll have to make a save before I do that this time. Like I said, we're going to spend an hour at this, or about an hour. Then we'll move to the cutting room floor. But I will at least tell you guys that if you guys want to view all these glitches and more, there are lots of things that have been patched out. There are also things that work, or that still work now, but you can always refer back to the page if you are working a previous version of the game. You know, I think that's really cool that, you know, they didn't just get rid of these methods because people are, you know, glitching on previous versions of the game for exactly that reason. I think that's really cool. Okay, so our... Actually, I wonder if, hold on. Target equipment. Drop the target. Yeah, not the... Yeah, of course I didn't tell it to actually do anything. I might have to look at a video to actually figure that out. Okay, let's make a save here. Alright. Actually, should have made the save after dismissing companions. Right up there. So we need to equip and drop the target. So the piece of equipment we have is going to stay the same. It's this piece here. Yeah, let me Alright, so like, we're gonna fuse that, we're gonna drop this. Gotta move around here. Oh yeah, no, that absolutely doesn't work. I have to destroy this. I think I need 2 unfused weapons. Okay. Let's prep for the fuse. Equip and drop the target. I would like to fuse this to that. Yeah, exactly this to that. Okay. Drop. Okay, so I need to use minus when that happens. Okay, let me actually... I need like a short memory. And I'm still wondering if I have to actually view the memory or like actually sit through it or something else. Done correctly. Open the adventure log view 2. There's no longer any green light highlighting the target. Oh, no. Okay. After 3 frames, unpause if done correctly. Okay. Mr. Jason says, actually, Mr. Jason did just remember something. Welcome back, firstly. And secondly, okay. Dang it. I don't think I did it right. And why is it... Does this require zuggling to work correctly? I sure hope not. Give me a second, everybody. I'm kind of like looking at this. These are some complicated... Well, it's not complicated. This is actually simple compared to what I was reading before, but... Mr. Jason says, of those 5 or 6 sealed copies of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom that you have, 3 of which are the collector's edition. Ah! So roughly half of them. Understood. Yeah, that's... That is... I mean, that's... I think we talked about the pound value of that before. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, did you get all the rings in Oracle of Ages? Yes. Specifically in Ages, I did. I have not played Oracle of Seasons. I didn't even have Seasons when I was a kid. Nor did I have any real interest in emulating it as an adult. So I've never actually swapped rings between systems in that game. Mr. Gordogoku says, you're gonna run. Excellent job today. Good luck if you do find 100%. Everyone stay well. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Gordogoku. It was good of you to join us. I'm glad you got to see the end of the game. Perhaps again. You've been awesome today. Do rest well, my lovely senator. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again, for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Gordagoku. And with that, you know, I'll spend a little more time trying to figure this out, but otherwise, I'll move to the cutting room floor material. You're very welcome, good sir. Take care of yourself out there. Yeah, I want a whole bunch of other glitches. Just kind of unfortunate. I mean, I could show the forced blood moon again, although I feel like that's kind of cheating because, well, quite frankly, I've already shown it. It's really not hard to do. Trying to think of... Right, I just had this. I just had the video up. Looking at it. Just gotta find the thing. I might just, you know, leave it at the page. But I do know people have done some amazing things through glitches, including but not limited to, like, vendor duping. Where they had the ability to sell an entire stack of items normally in the game, right? Like making food items like this, and it's something that I've had to deal with when selling meat was, you know, having to sell individual meat items instead of having a multi-select. Vendor duping allows you to kind of do that. Or a lot of it is inventory duplication, but some of it is either cutscene related or, you know, hey, unbeatable game or invincible bosses. Like there are quite a handy number of glitches. Mr. Jason says this franchise is 40 years old this year, good sir. God, I just felt my age. For the first time in a while, I felt that in my soul when you said that, Mr. Jason. I'm not 40, but oh my God, do I feel old now. Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of this. This might be one of those I leave it up to other people to do, or I might need to go find footage, something like that. But it's not like I don't know how to, yes, or sorry, my brain is in complete scramble, which is probably a good sign to do something else. Mr. Jason says, you didn't do absolutely everything that this game has to offer. Mr. Jason found all the Koroks and was like, you know what? I've enjoyed this game massively, but you're all good. Yeah. Sometimes that's, I mean, that's a totally valid reaction. Like, you sat through and did the really, really silly thing that the devs tried to make quote-unquote clear that you didn't need to do. You went through and did it anyway, and then you're like, yeah, if this is what the game is, I'm finished. That's totally fine. And I use that story to cite or say, you know, this is why, you know, Tears of the Kingdom is structured this way. You can say, I'm ready to beat the game anytime and move back to doing something exciting. Or, you know, Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you're so glad that our lives connected. Me too. Me too, for quite a number of different reasons. I think I'm ready. The more I think about it, the more I probably should, like glitches are something I definitely should have practiced if I wanted to demonstrate them. And, well, I guess I kind of started off difficult, which has dissuaded me from wanting to do it. But, let it be said that I am capable of forcing a blood moon. I do know how to glitch the game out a little teeny tiny bit. Mr. Jason says pushing past the compliment. I really do thank you for that. I'm trying to do like 3-4 different. I'm trying to engage in 3 or 4 different thought patterns at once. Mr. Jason says you and Miss Carly are your greatest treasures. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. It is time I can actually close the bloody software. I've closed it a few times, but this feels good to be able to do. Not as like a I need to reboot the game quickly, but as a I can actually just close and look at it now. It's great. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna boot up the computer. I say boot up, but it's on sleep mode. I'm gonna boot up the gaming PC, and we're going to look at the cutting room floor material, and then we're gonna call it good. And then it'll likely take an hour to peruse everything through the cutting room floor, and heck, depending on who's live, I can even consider rating on Twitch. There might definitely be an individual that would be interested in a raid. We'll see in an hour. We'll see in an hour where we are. But give me a second. I'm gonna put up the BRB square or triangle, and I'm gonna swap around a wire. Mr. Jason says you'll put up your hand and admit you ran the TCC great, but you acknowledge fully that you wouldn't have taken it to the places that you and Miss Carly are thinking of. A long road to go to get it to where there's a long road yet to travel before we get it to the place that fits your vision truly, but I think given the time, we can make that happen. And I should hopefully have a little more time now that I am not, having to grind ceaseless hours in Tears of the Kingdom. I only have to crack it open for regular footage. So I'm going to very quickly just go hook this wire up real quick. I can still speak. It's just I'm going to be moving around. I can't really see people talking, but I can speak. And I'm very much aware, Mr. Jason, that, it is mine and Miss Carly's too, but I never want to forget, whose place it actually is for a number of different reasons. That's all. Alrighty. Let me first set the volume back to like where it should have been. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you would say that me and Miss Carly are welcome in your hallowed halls anytime, but then we have halls, rooms, lounges, offices, and boardrooms, and plenty of each. Yeah, that is true. We have a lot of places in the TCC, so let me figure out how I want to best do this. I want to like do this in a way that I wish I had dark mode for this. I do not think I do. Might be better if we use a zoom filter on this. That and or a contrast filter. Let me see if I can make that happen. Let me also deactivate and reactivate that. There's the blurring. So we're going to click on this. Okay, and if I zoom over, okay, something like that, and then we zoom in a significant amount. And we'll figure out the whole like uniformness of all this in a second. Mr. Jason says, you do think the good sir, Mr. Gordo Goku, may still be learning the navigation of your building for some time? Oh, well, yeah. And also, the building is changing right now. That is something else that should go without saying. You know, let me continue to adjust things and talk. The building is currently, it's like the moving staircase from like Harry Potter, where like you assume that the place has a standard configuration until you move, and then suddenly, you know, suddenly there's just not, you know, things change, and trying to think of, I should scroll and see what kind of cutoff sentences we're looking at here. Yeah, that's not going to work. You know, stuff changes. Mr. Jason says you must say that you're incredibly pleased with Blue. Oh yeah, they've been doing fantastic. Absolutely. They've been doing a fantastic job as a greeter and client representative. Absolutely. And definitely better than the guy we had last time. Huh. I wonder what happened. Okay, that is just the cutoff. Okay. Scroll down, see what we're looking at here. If I zoom this out too, hold on. Yeah, if I zoom this out too much more, we're gonna have problems. But I have to, or you guys can't see the full sentence. It would also help if we had anything that will let us set the gamma. Yeah, not having a gamma for this really sucks. So you guys are just getting a bright white bit of text, and that's kind of not okay. So with Tears of the Kingdom, it's first worth knowing that Tears of the Kingdom was subject to a number of different suits, very specifically game develop or like emulation development. There are 3 different ones that stopped working, and one of which wasn't even tied to the Switch. Yuzu, Ryujinx, I think I'm getting that right. I'm familiar with Yuzu. I had to remember Ryujinx there. And Citra. Yeah, they all stopped development. It was a huge thing a couple of years ago. It happened around the time where the laws regarding modification of hardware and software in Japan became illegal. Not just like, slap a fine on you and call it a day. No, like these companies were are continuing to charge like 5 million yen or 7 million yen in a 5-year prison sentence for anyone tampering with hardware or software. This was a huge, I remember some of the stuff that came out about Yuzu and Ryujinx. It was a big deal. This set back emulation considerably because Nintendo won this lawsuit, and people were getting rounded up and sent to prison for stuff like that. Mr. Jason says you were reading through Reddit posts last night in the restricted section, and someone posted, that was a joke, by the way. That was a joke. And someone posted, no, I've had the same low income job my whole life and still have a higher net worth than people earning more than me in fancier titles. It kind of applies with us too. We have the fancy titles, but Blue is by far equal to, if not of, greater importance than the board. The board is important, but clients aren't ever going to interact with the board until we've hit a special milestone, or they file a ticket. That's the other way they meet us. And you personally push the board to welcome them. Yeah, like stuff of that nature. That makes a lot of sense. So, apparently, I did take a look at this morning. There is, apparently we were going to get a double jump. We were going to get a Rock's Feather in the form of a food item. That was going to be really impressive if we got that. But that appears to not be the case. I do not know what the emergency avoid is. If I had to guess, this would have been food that auto-revived, like a fairy, but that kind of got canned. Because in general, fairy effects have been nerfed for a long time. Basically the nerfing started after Ocarina of Time. Yeah, something like that. Right after Ocarina of Time, Fairy stopped being a full revive. They ended up being standardized to something like 8 hearts. Like enough to work with, but not enough to do anything, ridiculous or broken with it. And then apparently, lots of this is just left over. Like, Aonuma's development team did an incredible job looking at like old references from Breath of the Wild, but they did not remove all of them. Mainly it's like old map references that were removed, to my understanding. Mr. Jason says, speaking of important figures, Mr. Coin, before you entered Seremu's stream, you informed him in Robot Mill that the TCC's president will be dropping in at some point. And Robot Mill's reaction sounded quite excited. That's the emphasis that you want. I appreciate that. Although now that I believe roles have been cleaned up, well, Carly is the one that should be getting that level of excitement. Me, not quite as much excitement. Mainly her, but I'm glad that you were pleased with that exchange. So, what else? That's kind of not worth talking about. In the new role, you're still a president? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm very aware. I'm not suddenly butthurt because, stuff needed to be cleaned up. I'm the one that asked or nudged at clarification on who has what role. That's to benefit the TCC more than myself. So, apparently, you could also register, stall horses or other mounts in a stable if you do it right. Specifically, stall horses in the Lord of the Mountain, Unlike Breath of the Wild, in Breath of the Wild, if you attempted to register stall horses, game would crash. That I do remember from the previous time I went over like interesting tidbits from this game. But I do find it really cool that there is an opportunity now in Tears of the Kingdom where you can actually store other mounts, which means as a lovely little site called Game Banana continues to function and work properly, and as people continue to work on mods for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, with some amount of luck, with Tears of the Kingdom in specific, maybe there will be like a Dodongo mount or something along those lines that they could use as mounts in the game eventually. A Dodongo mount would slap really hard in this game. It would slap really hard. Let's see. Apparently, I'm not reading all of it because there's some of it that's just not worth talking about. But apparently, at some point, we were also supposed to receive Zonai ingots. Absolutely incredible, which I would have loved to see ingots, because that would have meant we probably could have actually either built Zonai parts, kind of like the parts that make up the flux constructs. Being able to make blocks like that would have been really cool. And that's me speculating that that's what that kind of ingot would be used for. I actually have no idea. Mr. Jason says America is irrefutably your largest market. It is impossible for that not to be the case. The TCC just adds some checks and balances that are much needed in a real certain real situation. If you know, you know. Mr. Jason says, but in the TCC's eyes, you are exactly the same as said real person that you're referring to. Understood. Yeah, it's mostly the making sure stuff is clear. That's all. Let's see. Internal classes items. Interesting. So there's like a parameter where you could kind of like do that. That's cool. Let's see. Yeah, so this stuff's a lot more broken up. Oh, yeah, temperature gauge. Not only temperature gauge, but time. Same differences here. We run on Fahrenheit. You guys use Celsius. That's like the big difference. I don't really get why I get why the temperature gauge had to be included. I don't know. I guess as a former STEM major, to me, if you're going to include the temperature gauge, you should just include an exact temperature. But it's mostly it's a hot, cold, really hot, really cold, freezing cold, or on fire / in lava, that kind of thing. So let's look at some oddities, because I think that's some of the more cool things we could talk about. There are notable differences with the Master Sword. There is a way to get the tutorial Master Sword. There are glitches for that. You can even, and if you set it up correctly, you can even fuse to that tutorial sword. It's buggy. You normally can't fuse to the Master Sword in the base game, but if you're glitching it out, you're going to be able to do that. And it's kind of interesting. I did watch someone do this. It's certainly a glitch of all time. Mr. Jason says HQ generally leaves you to your own devices. After all, Miss Carly is probably too busy on presidential proposals or proclamations to venture to American TCC affairs. There really aren't that many affairs to speak of. It's quiet. It's usually quiet. People join at night and just don't say much. That's totally fine. I imagine that will change when the place, gets not revamped, but like as old rooms are shuffled out, new ones are added in, and the infrastructure truly gets settled. There will be places for people to just shoot the breeze and chat in there. That is at least the idea I have for proposal. I'm still drafting up that proposal for the record. It's just right now, up until today, I was busy slaving away over a hot stove with this game. So apparently, the sages and their avatars use copies. They don't use exactly the same weapon. When you take a picture of these weapons, they'll snap up the same way. But Sidon hit like a truck, and it became apparent after I read this, where he does more damage with his trident compared to the regular light scale trident. I have to say, the light scale trident has a base of 22 or 28. So that's like a significant increase. It's the only one that has had... Sidon's the only one that's had a actual significant increase, which is great. Unobo has a weaker weapon, like all the time. Riju's scimitars are weaker pretty much all the time. Is there a way I can up the contrast on this? I feel like you guys can't read this, or would have difficulty reading this. Let me see if I can't. See, would that be under... That's under sharpen. That's not under anything in particular. Let me try a user-defined shader, like, real quick. Let me close that for now. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you've actually not made the TCC as crazy as you thought. At some point, you were going to entirely replicate the board and C-suite for each individual branch. So for you would have a vice president, secretary, board, NEDS, consultant, CEO, and C-suite. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't do that, because that would have been a enforcement nightmare. I'm not kidding. It also would make like board discussions incredibly entangled, more than they already, could be. Because now you're going to have, then you would have the American and European branches and the UK branch fighting each other, or like stepping on top of each other. Sure, the UK branch has the most power, but, or, it is HQ, but like, that could have created internal resentment. I am glad you did not do this, for the record. Let me fiddle around with that filter, and I'll continue replying to comments. Let me try. Let's see. Circle shader, chroma shader, Gaussian blur. The pixelation, none of those are going to work. H, shake, shine, seascape. I'll definitely have to play around with this later and figure out what that is. Yucky. Mr. Jason says, true. You definitely wouldn't have shared the executive chair role with the other branches. Oh, they would all lead back to you. So, yeah, that's yours. Absolutely. Instead, what would happen is you would have 4 different presidents vying for, your attention, or vying for, your approval on things. and you would have choice paralysis. Mr. Jason says, imagine multiple executive chairs. Yeah, co-chair, right? It's not just one person that made the Discord, but it's like a collective group of people that have made a Discord. Yeah, that never turns out well. That never turns out well. Also, Tulin's bow goes through 3 different versions, which is just wild. The swallow bow, it kind of depends on what point in the game you're in, and there's even a separate instance for getting the bow back. Alan says, did you miss the final fight? You sure did. Welcome on in, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, we went through and beat the game. We did the end of game review. We looked at the cutscenes. I tried my hand and didn't get very far. With some glitches before I moved to the cutting room floor material. We're kind of just giving it a perusal now. But how are things with how are things going for you, Alan? Mr. Jason says, you're also glad you didn't do the original idea. Let's be honest, the TCC is already kind of a logistical nightmare. Oh, yes, absolutely. Our goal is to make it less of one, not more of one, given the time. Let's see. What else? There are a bunch of old weapons. And any other particular... I'm not particularly interested. Although this is worth like a bit of a read. The entirety of Hyrule is surrounded by a 1,000-unit thick invisible wall cube. Oh, that is a phrase. It's going good. I'm glad to hear that. And thank you for the follow. We do keep those anonymous around here. And sound free. I do hope you enjoy the benefits. Such as the free emotes that go along with the follow. Oh, welcome on in, Mr. NK. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Alan says you just did a singing gig? Alan says they just did a singing gig. Nice. Well, that's fantastic. Oh yeah, let me actually do you guys the solid of giving you guys the cutting room floor. Mr. NK says had to join on a new account. Fair enough. How have things been for you, Mr. NK? Let me source this to you. Mr. Jason says, at least one thing, good sir, the role of executive chair is clearly defined. It is. Delegate and, lead from the back. I just did that last part, but to answer your question, Alan, we are reading the cutting room floor material. This is something I like to do at the end of games where I can, just to kind of explore what was unused. Kind of explore what's unused with the game, because with Breath of the Wild, we didn't have much to read because a lot of what was in the cutting room floor ended up turning out to go in Tears of the Kingdom instead. So this is the game that you're really excited to see the cutting room floor about, because this is what just never made it into the Wild era games as a whole. It just never... whether early or late doesn't really much matter. It never made it in. And I find that interesting. I'll go back and point something out that we did read earlier, and that is, these Zonite ingots. I'll kind of click on this and we can take a better look at it. I would have loved to see what they did with these ingots. I would have really loved to see that, among other stuff. Mr. NK says better. However, there's been a school shooting earlier today close to where you live. Yuck. I'm really sorry that happened. You got dismissed from school and there's a lockdown there? Yeah, I'm glad you're safe. Yuck. Mr. Jason says executive chair of the TCC has way too much power, so personally restricts themselves and permits others to lead on their behalf. Yeah, that's not, I mean, I would word it a little bit less repellently, but you're right. You're right. What used to be America. These days, America's under different management. I'm not very pleased with that management right now, but that's getting a little bit too in the weeds. Understandable. Yeah, it's America every day. Unfortunately, there's always some school shooting happening. It's madness that guns have not been properly regulated. But again, can't talk about that type of stuff without getting inherently political. That's just kind of how the subject is. You know, it's synonymous with politics, so it becomes the forbidden three-letter word. Mr. NK says, I've already read that. Alan says he used to live near Boca. Do not know where that is for context, but is that like closer to the ocean or more internal? Like I'm trying to keep it basic without, you know, accidentally doxing or something crazy like that. Even if you used to live there, you can triangulate a person's position if you know previous locations. While these conversations are cooking along, why don't we go and look at the revisional differences, because I think that's something else worth talking about. Mr. NK says, did you beat Tears of the Kingdom? Yes, we did that today. The first 3 and some odd hours were dedicated to that. It was great. We beat the game. We beat the game. We saw the credits. You know, I did the end of credit review for the game. Then we went through, installed a statue of dear old Ganondorf on the Monster Theater, tried and failed to do 1 or 2 glitches, and now we're doing the cutting room floor. This is how I like to cap off, you know, the final streams, is just reading the cutting room floor material. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. You've never been one to delicately word things straight and to the point, crafting messages and diplomacies for the general leaders of the TCC. Indeed. Aelin says about an hour north of Miami, so pretty coastal. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Aelin goes on to ask, how was the second phase of the fight? Oh, it was fantastic. I was super pleased that there was reverse guard parrying, and, you know, reverse flurry rushes where the enemy was doing them. I thought that was really cool. I liked, as usual, I liked Ganondorf more than I liked the Demon Dragon, but I did think that the Demon Dragon was a better execution of what they were looking for in terms of, you know, a puzzle boss. Yeah, and the health bar grows every time he steals heart containers from you. It's fantastic. At least it grew when I looked at it. It's possible it was just growing on its own, but I think it was growing when heart containers were being stolen from me. NK Play says, what glitches? What is it? Fuse entanglement? Yeah, I tried to do like a duplication glitch, and I realized later, oh, it was asking me to do fuse entanglement, so I had to try to learn what that was, and that's got to be a coin sits down and practices with it glitch. And I'm on the 1.4.2 version, so I know that I have more stuff that was, you know, patched out than anyone else, but that's fine. Mr. Jason says, you'll never phrase the message in a horrid way, but while you're not making any money, time is still money. Ah, that is true. Time is money. Alan says that got patched, unfortunately. Yikes. No wonder that was unsuccessful. I just picked a glitch that got patched. Yay! And it wasn't reflected on the ZeldaWiki.wiki. Oh. Oh well, we're here now, so... yeah, really, really hard. I would have to really sit down with it. That said, I do want to... I'm going to ask this of you guys here, but I'm also going to do it on the Discord server. I am not very good with glitches, but I know a lot of other people that are at least somewhat decent or are working on previous versions of the, you know, game. Like, that's what they play. Would you guys mind if I asked for, you know, some of the glitches you may have done? Like, if you've ever recorded any glitches that you've done yourself, I would love to have that for the video essay, because I do want to talk about glitches in my video essay, and since I'm not very good at those, well, it would save me a lot of pain. Alan says, yeah, you're assuming it was duping gear? Yeah, it was duping that required the Minoru, the Minoru intermediate fusing. Yeah. Something like that. NK Play says it's super easy and you got like 100 silver Lionel horns. I'm glad you think it's super easy. I'm sure if I sat through and combed through the list of glitches that were doable, I could probably pull off a couple of them. At the very least, I know how to force a blood moon. That's about the only quote-unquote glitch I could say that I can do is the forced blood moon, and that's less a glitch and more of a, oh yeah, we're taking advantage of a niche interaction where the game has to regulate the number of particle effects on the screen. I really almost would not call that a glitch. It is a glitch, it's unintended behavior, but the interaction is necessary for the health of the game. So if they patched that out, quote unquote, it would wreck their game. Like, because there would be actual memory issues that would go unsolved. No, I'm not kidding. So if we look at the version, so this is like the base version here. And says the item duping one where you jump backwards is good. I'm trying to remember if I read about that one. I thought it might have been related to like not vendor duping, but it's a glitch where you could sell whole stacks of items to vendors at once. Mr. Jason says, did you know that, Mr. Coin? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the message, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason enjoys his nice, easy glide, pause, grab 10 of an item, press A and B dupe ability. Yeah, I'm like vaguely familiar with it. Alan says on the one where you use hold materials while shield jumping. Oh, would that be, the L fuse glitch? It's like the L shield fuse. I'm forgetting the name. I could pull it up. If I have my history tab pulled up and everything, I could probably pull that up. Oh, vendor scam. I kept thinking on the wrong word. Vendor scamming, but that got patched, to my knowledge. So if we look through this, I'm looking for like something pertinent. Most of this is just, bugs, quality of life type stuff, and none of it is really specified here. Starting the game from within certain articles released on a specific Switch news channel. Oh, I was wondering why these articles were here like this, and that was 2 years ago. I began looking into Tears of the Kingdom, while we were playing Breath of the Wild. Mr. NK says, the first glitch you ever did was when you hold one of an item and you do some specific buffer movement. Yeah, I'm not very good at that. I could probably get good at buffer inputs with practice, but in general, I'm not very good at that type of thing. I remember when I was playing Soul Calibur basically 4 onward, there were two. I played a character that had 2 command throws. The command throws were Calamitous Symphony and Summon Suffering, and the way to do those inputs properly is by buffering the input within movement, and that didn't really work. I could get it maybe half the time, and it was super readable. Mr. Jason says, if we could duplicate Mr. Coin, the world would be a slightly better place. I don't know about that one, but I am flattered that you think so, Mr. Jason. Let's see. Yeah, so here there were some bug fixes. Version 1.2.1 is the one I sort of hear about here. Oh, that's interesting. So apparently the last like 2 revision patches didn't even get mentioned. Because here I see that it stops at 1.4. I'm kind of curious if someplace has the revisional differences. Let's see, mostly bug stuff. And I guess version 1.4 is amiibo stuff. Alan says you put a tutorial in the Discord for the glitch you're talking about. Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. I'm glad you did that, Alan, for the record. We can do that here. It is a film. Or not a film, it's a YouTube video. Whoopsies. Mr. Jason says it's better than duplicating Mr. Jason. Imagine 95 troll levels multiplied by how many Mr. Jasons? That would assume that all those clones have the exact same history, but yeah, I can get what you mean. That's like Gary from Fallout 3 levels of troll right there. Mr. NK says one of your favorite glitches was on the oldest version called Auto Build Cancel Slide. Let's see if I can't like nope. We want to mute this. I want to see if there's a description. No. What I see is just video. But yeah, that's cool. If you guys want to see this, like see this particular film, or keep calling it film, let's not do that. This particular YouTube video, you'll find it in the round table whole general chat. Alan was very nice to source that. I really appreciate it. I will definitely use that as reference. Mr. NK says you already saw and used it. Yeah, when was this video made anyway? Actually, as of... Oh, no, it's like last year, middle of last year, something like that. Now, that makes a lot of sense. I will definitely have to check this out for the video essay. I'm going to have to email a lot of creators for use of that. What's up, Mr. Jason? Why is that display weird? Hold up a second. I gotta fix something. Would that be under a filter? It might be under a filter. Oh, yeah, that's why. That's why it's displaying weird, is because I still have it zoomed in. That's what's supposed to happen. Okay. Alan says it was the first one you saw. Yeah, that's fair. That's good too. Because this is recent. This is of last year. That is usable. Mr. Jason says that YouTube video mentions Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Would that prevent Mr. Coin from using it? No, not really, because I still have to talk about the Nintendo Switch 2. Like, I still have to include that as part of my script anyway, even though I've never touched it. Because that's, doing my due diligence, right? If I'm going to compare and contrast Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I'd better compare and contrast all of it, not just some of it. Otherwise, that's not fair. Now, when it comes to the opinion section of the video essay, that can be more of the, okay, yeah, for, to be upfront and transparent, I played the original ports. I did not play the Switch 2 port. So that is where my opinion and basis is coming from when I'm talking about the experience of the game. Something like that. Whether that's a disclaimer at the front of the video or a disclaimer in the opinion section, doesn't much matter, or it shouldn't matter in the long run. Some people are going to prefer it in the relevant section. Some other people are going to prefer it in the beginning. I figured I'd split the difference by doing things the way I would prefer to do them. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo Switch 2 edition, same game, now in HDR, and the rocky surfaces don't look like JPEGs anymore. I did notice that toward the end of Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, some textures could clearly have been better, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see if there's anything else interesting out of, the cutting room floor we could perhaps look at. Unused dungeons would be kind of the big thing here, and then maybe unused text. I guess while I am thinking about it, I did want to point out that we do have, before we continue the video essay, Okay, coin is going 50 miles a minute. Let me not do that. I've put up a new poll and it'll end in like 3-4 days, something like that, for the next palette cleanser game that we're gonna play, the Ultimate Trial. It has achievements. So if you guys want to get the achievements, you can, or if you don't want me to get the achievements, you can do that here. I just wanted to point out that the poll was released today. There should have been an at with this, but maybe not. Not 100% sure. Mr. NK Place says says that you like the Switch 2 version better. Not because you want to brag about it, but because you can actually explore more and get a better vision of the story. That's fair. Yeah, and there's something to be said for Hyrule GPS and Zelda Notes as well. There are things to be said for that. I think it's cool that these tools are there. I do think that's cool. I'm glad that Nintendo Switch 2 users have that feature. However, I do think they could have updated the original Breath of the Wild to at least give, Switch users this similar things. Mr. NK Plays goes on to say, you kind of wish that a lot of the story-based features would be in the Switch 1 edition. You and I are thinking on the same brainwave, good sir. Yeah, it's not that I don't want people on the Switch 2 to have it. I just think they could have done something similar for Switch 1. Now, maybe there's an API limitation or something along those lines, because the Switch 2 approaches... the Switch 2 approaches a bit more of the computer. A bit more, it reads a bit more like a computer than a console in some instances. It's still a console, it looks like a console, it plays like a console, but it has more functionality to it. You can actually use it like a little bit of a mini computer if you want. I believe you can hook up a microphone, or it comes with a built-in microphone, and I believe there's a keyboard and mouse periphery either baked in or available for purchase for the Switch 2. So they clearly intended there to be some kind of enhanced API. It just did not pan out for the Switch 1. They didn't spend that much money on it, blah blah blah. Mr. NK Plays goes on to say because you shouldn't be buying a whole new $500 gaming console plus the amount of money it costs in order to purchase the Switch 2 version, right? Unless you could like take your Switch 1 game over to the Switch 2. If you could do that, then, you know, great. But I kind of think they wanted you to pay, you know, the $70 on top of the $500 gaming console. That's just ridiculous. Mr. Jason says, talking about quality of life updates, Mr. Coin, if Nintendo patched out all of the Koroks, that would be a welcome addition. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I didn't really touch upon this in the end of game review, but and I did touch upon this, you know, in several other streams. I don't dislike the Koroks in terms of what they represent, right? I think having another overworld collectible is fine. The issue is the quantity. There are too many Koroks. The Koroks should have been more like shrines. Or something along, or the cap should have been at like 450 instead of not, you know, or 500 and something instead of 1,000 or 900. It should have ended, and you should have gotten the poop trophy when you got all of the inventory slot upgrades. That would have been fine. They took the joke too far. But and it's not like I didn't sign up to do that, and I could have elected not to do it at any point. Like, Nintendo should not be basing their decisions about completion around completionists. I think that's unfair to the devs, but that is how I personally feel regarding the Koroks, is that the idea was fine, the execution sucked, or it was, you know, it was a really dispiriting execution. Mr. NK's Play says you can, but you have to get a membership or pay $10 for the upgrade. Welcome to new greedy shareholders in my gaming company. I hate this timeline we're in. Mr. Jason says, indeed, the Koroks at their core to get the player off the beaten path. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that you said that. I think it's cool that there are things that, you know, spur the player to get off the beaten path. But I think there were too many of them. The sheer amount was ludicrous. Like, you and I would literally operate off of the same brain cell here, good sir. Alan says it's too much work for a shitty reward. Ah, no pun intended. That's a double entendre. I know you weren't intending that as a joke, Mr. Alan, but I'm going to put it there in the you know, J&P counter anyway, because that double entendre was too good. Even if you did not intend it whatsoever. It was funny. Mr. Jason says you have plenty of brain cells to share. You're a troll level creator. Fair enough. Alan says, yes, pun very intended. Well, then congratulations. The double entendre was very clever and good. Very good stuff. So let's see if there's anything particularly interesting in the read-ups here. Let's see. It's interesting that that there are actually like separate places for or like separate places and files to like look at old temple versions. I think I remember watching a video actually. In particular, my sibling was showing me a video like 1.5 years ago. And the thing that stuck out to me was like the lightning temple. Like that was different. Yeah, I do remember a little bit of that video. Mr. NK Plays, it says it's like Sans. He always makes bone puns around his brother. Too true. Mr. Jason says, you love how you said getting off several hours ago. About two hours, roughly. Well, I mean, I mean, it makes sense, right, Mr. Jason? You have, like, sleep issues, or you have difficulty getting to sleep a lot of the time. So, you know, hanging around after you say you were heading off makes, you know, that checks out to me. The most interesting bit probably has to be the Hyrule Castle and Spirit Temple. Let's read. Unlike the previous 4, this one can be used to progress the story. Fake Zelda appears as expected in the map, and the triggers for things like the Phantom Ganon battle are loaded as expected. However, trying to fight the latter soft locks the game due to the map using different coordinates from the final dungeon, so it's only possible to complete the area fully if a glitch is used to escape the battle in the regular version. Interesting. Yes, off the stream. Mr. Jason says, technically you got off. Your computer is off. Fair. Absolutely fair. Many weapons in the final game are missing, with most being rusty versions, and nearly all treasure chests containing opals. I like that is a fallback item, interestingly enough. Strangely, the Shrine of Light is still present for the castle, but instead of being Ceratobomic Shrine, it is Ississim Shrine, which is normally in Death Mountain. Entering the shrine acts as normal, and exiting it will use its regular entrance at Death Mountain. Koroks are also present, but some have no animations. Tension says Zelda is a complex game for real. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Tension. Yeah, quite frankly, you know, regardless of what bugs or features or stuff is missing or not missing, I'm incredibly impressed at what the dev team has managed to do regarding, you know, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Because the Wild era games there's something new. Yes, Tears of the Kingdom is built off the back of Breath of the Wild, so they have a lot of like base behaviors to pull from. But designing a game like this, or a game like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom from scratch, is incredibly complicated. You have to understand how physics work, which means you need to know math, lots of math. You need to internalize specific understandings of properties. How do the explosions work? Because a lot of the stuff that you could build in Tears of the Kingdom is based on real world physics. Like it is, or at least the basic premise of it. Welcome on YouTube, Aelin. I hope you enjoy the platform of your preference. Truly. It's good to see you over on the Red app. Mr. Jason says, you turned off your computer around 8:30 p.m. and it's down 10:44 p.m. Yeah, a bit over 2 hours. That checks out. Some changes have also been made to the monster forces between versions as well. For example, the Hinox is a basic one without the Iron Greaves. The one in the final map has, while the Fire Breath Lizalfos are unarmed. They have Knight tier equipment in the final version. Also, there are no Horriblins in the version, with the tunnel they're found in left empty. Mr. NK says, you're going to go now? Goodbye? Very well, Mr. NK Plays. Thank you so much for visiting again, and I'm glad you're safe. Once again, school shootings are really scary. I'm glad you're safe. It was good to see you. I do hope you rest well, my lovely senator, and that I see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you again for whatever reason, which is perfectly okay, then I do hope you remain safe and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Aelin says, you know what? I'm tired. I'm going to have a taco and sleep. Very well, Aelin. Thank you so much for being here, good sir. It was good to chat with you once again. Rest well, my lovely senator, and I do hope I see you sooner rather than later. But if I don't see you, for whatever reason, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Mr. Jason says you remember switching on your computer at around 8 a.m. So that's like 12 hours-ish. Yeah, that's fair. That's like a normal time to be up and alive, up and moving around. And a computer being on for 12 hours is not unreasonable. There are also various bugs and other issues that were fixed with the final game. For example, the water in the moat is cut off in many places, and things like trees pop into existence when Link approaches them, rather than being loaded in seamlessly. So, like, object calling is more of a thing in the the cutting room floor version. Spirit Temple was supposed to be completely different, being an actual obstacle course rather than a glorified boss room like the final one. We ended up getting that obstacle course in the form of the construct factory. That's what that turned out to be. The starting area has a floating platform above a large flat piece of ground with a copy of Minoru's construct in the center near a warp pad. This area is connected to a lower level by a set of stairs near Gloom. Mr. Jason says, and Mr. Jason wonders why Mr. Jason's Twitch recap 2025 said that he averaged 8 hours each day on Twitch. I mean, that's like logging into a job, buddy. That's exactly what that is. This lower level contains one soldier, spiked ball, and a iron pole. This appears to be designed as a way to test the player's combat abilities with Minoru's construct. Yeah, that's fair. That checks out. Dropping off, I'm sorry. From here, another set of stairs goes down to a larger platform filled with constructs plus a single captain. There are various objects that can be fused to the construct here as well. Okay, so the obstacle course was split up into two parts. Where the walking section we got to the construct factory was the obstacle course, quote unquote. And the construct factory ended up being the more complicated obstacle course. That makes a lot of sense. Dropping off the edge here brings the player to another area with multiple flame and beam emitters plus one ice block. This then connects them to another platform with a single ice choo-choo and an ice breath Lizalfos. No further rooms or areas are accessible here, so there are no boss fights or cutscenes. There's also no map data. Trying to view the map just brings up a darkened version of the central Hyrule map with no floors listed, and saving in the area will set the location name to Hyrule Field instead. This indicates it was cut early in development, likely before the final sequence of events was decided for the 5th Sage quest. I think the last thing we'll look at is like unused graphics, because there's going to be some stuff in here worth looking. So we've got... Oh, so these were intended to be in an inventory. These ended up being in inventory because I guess that's how they were doing it in the beginning. And then, these things ended up not being inventory things at all. And there was some other interface. Like here, the NPC that you get to help you to purchase parts from and stuff for your house is how you get these. They just load in. The thing that I think is especially interesting is this ore. This could have... Oh, this item would later appear as Zonite Steel in Age of Imprisonment. See, I would have liked to see this in Tears of the Kingdom. This ingot makes me so sad. So sad. Let's see. Artwork and a sprite of Ronson by herself. Normally she's always with Hudson. There are profiles here that go unused. A render of Taba, which was seemingly the basis of the artwork actually used an accompanying sprite, and a strange cutoff image of Minoru's construct and a sprite of its head. It is titled NPC Rami Golem Sage Picture, with other Sage's updated images being suffixed similarly. However, Minoru's character profile, which only has her Zonai form, isn't unlocked until the Spirit Temple is entirely complete. Interesting. Mr. Jason says, once we work out the detail of how verified streamers can give the TCC a kickback without me needing to be a moderator as an exchange, you have more time for the TCC? Yeah. Then the only concern is making sure it's adhered to. Absolutely. Absolutely. That might be a points system. That might be a login requirement or like a message requirement It might be a few other things, which we'll have to work out in meetings and stuff, and then we can get to work implementing it. That said, I think, because none of the rest of this is really that interesting. Maybe the only other thing I could think to point out would be this test actor, but even then, this isn't really very interesting to talk about. Mostly what people want to see are the oddities or unused dungeons or stuff. So I think we're good here. Mr. Jason says at the end of the day, the TCC as an organization doesn't really benefit. It's mostly the streamers themselves. We're just being paid in good PR. Exactly. Exposure, PR, and a social media presence. All that fun stuff. Well, guys, I'm going to give us one round of applause. Because this game is over. We're done. We're actually done now. I still have to crack it open for footage, but my goodness, this has been a ride. I'll tell you what. Tomorrow we're gonna be, working on the new game, the palette cleanser, The Legend of Zelda: The Ultimate Trial, a mod ROM/ROM hack made by 17 different developers with like a core list of like 9. Mr. Tension says, congratulations, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you. We're going to go back to Retro Zelda for a minute, and then we're going to, after the Ultimate Trial is done, we'll have Elden Ring. We'll have the challenge run to do, and you guys are going to get to see a different facet of my persona, like, bubble out. You'll either like it or you won't. Nothing about my core personality changes. It's just like focus, like what kind of focus I have. But thank you guys for hanging out and joining for the ride. I really appreciate it. I could not have done this without you guys. I still could not have done this without you guys. It would have taken me a lot longer, and I definitely would have missed some things. I definitely would have missed some things, or we would have been here a lot longer if you guys hadn't come up when you did. Mr. Jason says if you're done, don't forget to go to settings, data management, manage software, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, delete software. Yeah, maybe. I might do that once we're done with the video essay because I won't have a need to play it again, but yeah, it's meant to be a joke. Like, I am ready to put the game behind me, and that's what deleting it would do. Well, guys, it's been a trip. I tell you what, it's been a trip, and I'm glad that it is over. This series will be capstoned with the video essay, and it'll also be in its own entry. And it'll go over all of this. I cannot wait to, show you the difference between these two games as like the ultimate capstone of the Let's Play and just the whole experience as a whole. And then we're moving on to different things. I can't wait for that. If you guys like the content and you hadn't considered doing so already, Mr. Jason says if you put the game where your hats are, it truly will be behind you. Oh, you can see them. That's right. Yeah, they truly will be behind me. Well, in my case, all I'd have to do is return the virtual card back to my sibling, and then, it's all good. Everything is hunky-dory. Like I was saying, if you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing it before, or you haven't already done it, please consider subscribing to YouTube or following on Twitch. Please also consider liking the video on YouTube once the stream is over. It lets me know that you like the content and that, yeah, and please also make sure the notification bell is turned on so you don't miss any of the wonderful content on my channel as it is made or as it comes out. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. Anytime. In the bottom of the description or underneath the video player will be my hallowed halls contained within the link tree. Do feel free to click on the link tree And there will be a Discord icon at the top middle of the page. Just click on that. It'll take you right to my Discord server. I'd love to have you there. You guys have been posting pictures, exchanging information with me. It's been really, really useful. Mr. Jason says, if you like what you see, please subscribe on the red app. If you really like what you see, please subscribe on the purple app. That I will take. I might incorporate that. If and you don't mind, of course, good sir. I might actually use that. You guys know where my hallowed halls are now. I'd love to have you there. In any case, my name is Coinstamp. This has been a wonderful capstone. Like secondary capstone. Depends. Including the kappa? No, not really. Not including the kappa, but well, maybe. The kappa might be an extra dose of witticism I sorely need, but I'll have time to think about it. Thank you for the permission, Mr. Jason. That said, my name is Coinstamp. This has been the Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I know looking at a screen is not quite how you guys thought this might end, but it works better with the kappa. I happen to think so too, Mr. Jason. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves, guys. You're welcome here in my hallowed halls anytime, and you know where to find them. I'll see you guys next time with a different game, with just a different, different atmosphere altogether. And with that, goodbye.